Hello, everyone.
Hello, Grandmother Irene, Senator Parham. Thank you for being here.
Good to be here. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here too as well, Steve. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. I think formal welcome will be by Chair Deans.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Good
Hey,
afternoon.
Bobby.
Good afternoon, folks.
Afternoon, Chief.
Hi, Chief.
Grandmother Irene and Senator Parham here. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, it's our honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I believe there's quorum in the room. It being 4 o'clock, I'd like to call the meeting to order for September 27th, 2021. I'd like to recognize that Ottawa is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Host Nation. The peoples of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The Ottawa Police Services Board honors the peoples and the land of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation. Today, Ottawa is home to approximately 40,000 First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Ottawa's Indigenous community is diverse, representing many nations, languages, and customs. The Ottawa Police Services Board honors all First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. As we get ready to observe Canada's first National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, our board has the pleasure of having Grandmother Irene Compton and Métis Senator Parham Bergey here with us for our meeting today. Grandmother Irene and Senator Parham, please accept our offering of tobacco for your assistance. Grandmother Irene Compton is Saulteaux from the Assiniboine territory, but now makes this Algonquin territory her home. Parham Bergey is a Métis from the community of Penetanguishene, which is part of the Métis Nation of Ontario and is currently the senator for the Ottawa Region Métis Council. Both elders are also part of the OPS Community Equity Council, as well as the Ottawa Aboriginal Coalition's Elder Circle. I would like to invite Grandmother Irene to open our gathering with a song to invite the ancestors in and create a safe space. Grandmother Irene.
Thank you very much. I'm going to light the medicines right now. And I have a smudge bowl here, and we light our smudge because we have to cleanse ourselves before we invite those spirits into our gathering. And those spirits are our helpers. They're the ones that give us guidance, help us to come to consensus, help us to have a good meeting. So if you could connect with this beautiful fire, whoa, you're going to have a good meeting. All those ancestors are here. So we cleanse our mind so that we will have clarity and understanding. We cleanse our ears so that we will listen with a good intent. We cleanse our eyes so we see good things, our mouth So we'll be respectful and say good things. Our heart, so we will make that heart and that mind connection. And I always cleanse our tummies because that is where all your emotions sit. And before those ancestors come in, those emotions have to be grounded to Mother Earth, and you have to be in a good space in your mind and your spirit and your body to come together. The song I picked to share today is called, I just forgot about it. Anyway, it'll come to me in a minute. Anyway, it's a song about the warriors protecting the women and children. And I see our police in Ottawa here as those warriors that serve and protect. So we're going to be honoring you today with this beautiful song. It's called Wildflower. So I want you to think way back to the 1800s. And there's women and children, and they're in the meadow, and they're picking the medicines. And the sun is shining, and all is good. And they're singing, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey. And you can sing back if you feel like it. Hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey. And over the hill, the enemy is coming. And the warriors, they have to warn the women and children. So they cry out, yeah, hey, 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 hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey. So that's the whole song, and I'm going to sing it 3 more times. Hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, 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 ah, hey, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, warriors, yeah, hey,
Miigwech, Grandmother Irene, and thank you for that truly uplifting, inspiring, and touching opening to our police board meeting today. And thank you very much for being here. We truly appreciate that. We'll now turn to some quick housekeeping items before moving on to the agenda. We are currently broadcasting on Zoom and live streaming on YouTube. Given this meeting is being held electronically, I want to caution that there is a possibility of technical difficulties. Should we receive any disruptions, I'd ask that everyone remain patient as we work to fix the issues and resume the meeting as soon as possible. In terms of meeting decorum, as each item is presented, I will ask board members if the item is received or carried. If you're joining without video, please say your name before speaking. If you're joining the meeting from a location with background noise, please keep yourself muted until it's time for you to speak. I'll now proceed with the confirmation of the agenda, starting with the agenda for September 27th, 2021. Is the agenda item confirmed?
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Carried.
Thank you. And minutes 41 from July 26th. Are those minutes carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you. Finance and Audit Committee draft minutes 15 from July 20th. The meeting minutes for our last Finance and Audit Committee meeting weren't prepared in time for the July meeting, so they're included in the package today. You'll recall that Vice Chair Smallwood did provide a verbal update at the July meeting, so there isn't another one today. So are those meeting minutes received?
Received.
Received.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest?
No.
Seeing none, we'll now move to public delegations. We do have some public delegations registered to speak today. We've also received some written submissions from individuals who could not attend. These have been circulated to the board and added to the online agenda. If you registered to speak on a specific item, we'll be holding your delegation until we reach that particular item. Some delegates may be addressing multiple items or items not listed on the agenda, so we will start with their presentations. A reminder that only those who registered and were approved to speak will be permitted to address the board. When I call your name, you'll be able to turn on your mic and your video. Each delegate has up to 5 minutes to address the board. The list of delegates on the agenda has been updated since last Wednesday when it was originally published. Prior to proceeding with the first registered delegate, I want to make a few comments to help facilitate a productive exchange this evening. We invite any and all residents wishing to address our board on matters within the mandate to do so. We see great value in the exchange of different ideas around policing and community safety more broadly. We also recognize that our current processes for engaging the community are inadequate and do not provide a space for discussing and advancing complex and emotionally charged issues together. We are committed to fixing our processes, and work is currently underway to do so. In the interim, we ask everyone who is choosing to participate in our meetings to do so in a respectful, collaborative, and inclusive manner toward all participants. I'll now call the first registered delegate, and that is Wendy Mitchell from Shelter Movers.
Diane, just before, if I could just make one comment, because
Sure.
of a back issue, I'll be walking back and forth in front of my camera. So I'll turn my camera off so it's not a distraction, but I will be here and we'll turn the camera on anytime I have to speak.
Okay, thank you for that. So Wendy Mitchell, is Wendy on the call? Wendy, are you there? If you are, can you turn on your?
I'm
okay.
here.
Okay, good. Hello.
Hello. Good evening. I'm Wendy Mitchell. I'm the chapter director for Shelter Movers Ottawa. Thank you for having us this evening. I'm accompanied by my colleague Samuel Stiles. We are a nonprofit providing free moving and storage services for women fleeing violence in Ottawa. And we know that there are a lot of barriers for women who are fleeing violence, and we try to remove one of those barriers by allowing them to leave the situation with dignity and their belongings intact, so as not to have the economic taxing on them to restart their lives in safety. We know also that the most dangerous time for a woman to move is from the time that they make the decision to move to the time that they actually decide to move, which is usually when we encounter them. And for that reason, we have an incredibly dedicated team of over 300 volunteers who come out and provide those moving services on a day-to-day basis in the city of Ottawa. To give you an example of our volume, since January, we have moved 192 families to safety. And our moves are categorized into 3 categories: high, medium, and low risk moves. For the low risk moves, we move along and look after those moves on our own. And usually those are resettlement moves into a safe place. The medium high risk moves are the ones I wanted to speak to you about today. 73 times we have had high or medium risk moves since January. Out of those 73 times, we've required an escort of some kind. Now we have partnerships in the community at all levels, and Garda World provides us with security services when needed. When there is not an order in place or the alleged abuser is not present, we will use Garda services. So only 21 times did we actually have to call the Ottawa Police Services to actually escort us on a move. But that doesn't mean we don't need your help. We need your help on a regular basis. And the help that we are getting currently is challenged. The process is challenged. We contact through the non-emergency line. Often we're not allowed to contact the Ottawa Police Services until we actually are on site or almost on site at a move. And often we wait 2 hours with volunteers waiting, and the most dangerous time of a survivor's exit is that time frame, and we're sitting and waiting in a truck. We have worked with various levels within the department. We've talked to, we've had conversations with the partner assault division, with dispatch, with a couple of other different people. Superintendent Granger has tried to guide us through things at various points. What we are looking for is some kind of an agreement or MOU, which is similar to what we have in place with in our Montreal chapter and in our Waterloo chapter, where the Ottawa Police understand what we do, understand that we are organized and efficient, and we take risk at the highest level within our planning. And we always know what is going on when we're going out on a move. And when we have to call dispatch or the non-emergency line at the last minute, there's no information that's passed on. We've already been engaged in this situation for weeks at that point. We know the situation. We're working with caseworkers. We understand the situation, and we are on the ground. We are looking for your support simply to be there as a peace officer to make sure that the situation does not escalate. And what happens is sometimes we actually have to cancel a move because the police service has not shown up. So we are a very collaborative organization. We have worked with many other similar organizations in our city. We work with the Ottawa Coalition to End Violence Against Women. We're talking to the Safety and Wellness Committee and making sure that we're involved in discussions that are happening. And we would love to be involved deeper within the Ottawa Police Service to make sure that the supports that are provided and that are available, and we're there and we're ready to serve whenever we can. So some of the things that we're looking for today is some kind of an agreement and a proper, clean process for us to gain access to support, and a partnership, potentially with the Violence Against Women Advisory Committee or something along those lines, where we are present and available and can participate in the dialogue and discussion that's happening on how we serve survivors in the city, because we are the ones who are on the ground at the time that they're leaving. And that is a difficult time, but it's also a time where often the Ottawa Police may or may not need to be there, because we are actually providing that service where the risk is low enough that we can actually complete that on our own. So those are my comments for this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions, or I'm not sure if that's even a possibility.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Wendy, for being here today. And thank you for the very important work that you are doing in the community. We appreciate those efforts. Chief Slowly is going to respond to your concerns.
Chair Deans, thank you. Wendy, thanks for your delegation. Really appreciate it. Very clear, very convincing. What I'm going to ask you to do, what I'll ask is my own staff will follow up with the board and get an email address for you. We'll set up a meeting. I'll have it directly with me initially, and then we'll figure out where it needs to go from there. I heard two things, and I'm committed to exploring them both. Some sort of a memorandum of understanding. We can look at the Montreal model or the Waterloo model that you referenced, as well as helping you to understand how we work with our local VAW and see if that's a venue around which we can have ongoing dialogue around any other issues that are currently hampering your efforts or getting your support to build a better VAW set of services for the city. So those are two areas, not limited to those two, that we can follow up on. So if you haven't already left contact information with the board, if you could do so, and then my staff will follow up to set up that meeting.
Thank you very much. That's definitely the direction that we're looking to go in. So thank you so much.
Okay, and thank you for sharing your concerns with us today, Wendy, and let me know if there's anything else we can do to assist through the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Samantha McLeese. Is Samantha on the call?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hi. Sorry, it always takes a minute to connect. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
All right. So I'll start today by commenting on the public consultation session that took place on September 14th. So these comments are based on my own experience having attended the session, but also reflect the thoughts and concerns of other community members. So first, it's concerning that there was only one session scheduled. So we've been told by members of this board that there would be opportunities for meaningful engagement and dialogue, and that the consultation process would be made more accessible, but a single consultation session didn't really achieve any of that. And yes, we know there's an online survey, but I think you've already heard and seen enough critiques about the structure of that problematic consultation tool as well. Second, the consultation session was not the safest of spaces. So people are questioning why OPS and OPSB members were in attendance. So if it was meant to be a safe space for community members to share thoughts and concerns about policing in Ottawa and to comment on the budget, then it should have been left to experienced facilitators to provide that space. So OPS and OPSB members in attendance left many people feeling unsafe. And these feelings were justified as some people were actually interrupted by OPSB members while sharing their own experiences. So next, and something all of you who were in attendance already know, the consultation was guided by extremely leading questions. So attendees were asked to prioritize funding directions for OPS, but all of these priorities were predetermined. The pick one priority over another exercise left many feeling frustrated, as it seemed to completely and conveniently ignore the conversation about detasking and defunding. And finally, during the session, both OPSB members and facilitators ignored asks from attendees. So as you were preparing to divide us into two separate breakout groups, many in attendance asked you to reconsider and to keep us all in the same space. And this really wouldn't have been that hard considering the low turnout at the session. But these asks were ignored. So again, we've been told that this board is listening to the community and that the consultation was supposed to be a safe space where our voices would be heard. But once again, they were drowned out in favor of a process that seemed to ignore and divide us. I have a few more things to touch on today, and the first is to draw your attention to the letter submitted by Optiva, so Ottawa Coalition to End Violence Against Women, for today's meeting. And I have permission to read an excerpt from this letter so that it doesn't get lost in the shuffle. So the letter urges you to freeze the police budget and draws attention to the community-based organizations across the city of Ottawa who are struggling and competing against each other for funding. The letter highlights a string of failures by OPS to meet the needs of survivors of gender-based violence and violence against women, and the specific impact of this on Indigenous women, Black women, and women of color who report abuse. The letter asks, how many survivors and other vulnerable women will be harmed by police officers who are purportedly there to protect them? How many officers' salaries will this committee and taxpayers be willing to pay while they are on leave and under investigation for misconduct? Optiva also emphasizes that it is vital for our community to give survivors other tools to stop the violence so that they don't need to rely on police or a criminal justice response, calling once again for a focus on prevention and investment in caring communities. So please consider this letter as you discuss the budget, and to please stop trying to use violence against women as a reason to give more money to police. And finally, I have a quick question for the board that I'm hoping that can be answered today. Does OPS fall under the City of Ottawa's mandatory vaccination policy? And if not, then can we get an update on the force's decision on vaccinations? So thank you, and thank you as always to other community members who continue to show up at these meetings every month. Thanks.
Thank you, Samantha, and thank you for your input today and for being here. On your first issue, feedback on our budget consultation, I can tell you that the board is trying hard to engage in more meaningful consultation. This is the first time that we have done a pre-budget consultation before the tabling of the budget. And we have hired PACE, community-based consultative group that are making some interim recommendations to the board on how we can engage in more meaningful consultation. And as we go through the budget process, we're at the start, not at the end, there will be more opportunities. So we will try and learn from the experience as we go along and from the recommendations of PACE. So we appreciate your input. As to your question, I will turn that over to Chief Slowly.
Chair, I'm actually not sure how I can answer the first part of it, whether we fall under the city's bylaw. I suspect not, but I'll get you a more firm answer from one of my staff. We are still working with the SOA and the OPA, that's the Senior Officer Association, and the Ottawa Police Association, on drafting our final policy. We're seeking input from our membership as well as through the two collective bargaining units, and we are seeking the advice and assistance of Ottawa Public Health as well as other provincial and local bodies to develop that policy, but we do not have a final policy.
Thank you. And thank you again, Samantha, for your input today at today's board meeting. We appreciate it. We'll now move on to Bailey Gauthier.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hey guys. Okay, so I just actually had 3 questions. I was wondering if I could propose. I guess I'll just say them one after the other, and you guys can answer them maybe. Okay, so question 1. It's just the first question is in regards to the survey that was put out recently. Did any of the board members look over the consultation survey or take the survey themselves, and did they have any questions or comments about the survey itself? Like a few people have said, there was a few leading questions and ones that didn't provide adequate selection. So, and like, just for example, there was ones like, how satisfied are you with improving violence against women? Like, that was just an example. There was a few things like that in the survey itself that were kind of confusing. So I was just curious if any of the board members had any say, or if they'd looked over it, or how involved they were with that. My second question is, how involved is the OPA when it comes to the topics currently being discussed, such as defunding and detasking? I'm curious, how involved they are, since they're not present at these meetings or typically involved with it. So I was just curious if there was anything where they have an overreach on. And then my third question was, on the board website under what we do, there's a description of establishing policies and bylaws for the effective management of the police service. I was wondering if the board could explain that process a little more clearly for me and simply, and how it works, and maybe give an example of something the board has the power to do if they were to enact either of those things, either a policy or a bylaw. Thank you.
So thank you, Bailey, for being here and for your input. Normally, we don't do questions and answers in this way, but since you broadly posed them, I'll maybe just make a couple of comments. But first, I actually missed your third point on, what was your third? Can you just repeat your third point?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so on the board website, under what we do, there's a description of establishing policies and bylaws for the effective management of the police service. I was wondering if the board could explain that process to me a little more simply, because it's kind of vague on the website. I was curious about what the process looks like, how it works, and if you guys could provide an example of what that might look like.
Okay, so the board had an opportunity to review the surveys, the survey and the questions before they went out. The board, I do not believe any member of the boards have filled out the survey. It wasn't for us, it was for the community to fill out. In terms of the OPA, we don't speak on behalf of the OPA, so really not something that I feel sufficiently able to comment on. And as to establishing policies and bylaw, we do that through a variety of channels and through the work that we do at the board level, through our committees, and through assistance with consultants. For example, we are about to engage in a use of force review, and we will look to Strategy Corps to assist us in the research for the background, and then we will, through our committee structure, work on that. So in a high level, that's basically how we approach our oversight roles. So any other questions from board members to Bailey? Seeing none, thank you, Bailey, for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Samia Ahmed from Vivek Research.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Perfect. I'm here to speak about police involvement in mental health and wellness checks. Police cause harm and should not be a part of mental health care. The OPS is failing our community, and the people of Ottawa rightfully deserve proper health care now. The police model of mental health crisis response uses criminalization to punish behavior caused by mental illness. Because the OPS are armed, they pose a bigger threat to the public than the other way around. Even the OPS knows they are failing the community, which is why they have been pressured into finding a new way to respond to mental health crises. I don't believe that the same people who killed Abdurrahman Abdi and Greg Ritchie without facing any consequences can provide the safety and security Ottawa needs. More recently, a Black family was traumatized during a failed wellness check when 10 armed police officers entered the wrong home in the middle of the night. The OPS budget needs to be reallocated in order to not cause any further harm. Police will always inherently cause harm because things like wearing a uniform and carrying a weapon is traumatizing to people. The OPS budget should be reallocated to community groups that hire individuals that reflect the lived experiences of those needing care, such as those who have experienced homelessness, incarceration, or forced hospitalization, and are from racialized groups, particularly Black and Indigenous. The police board does not need to look too far to find a framework that reflects the needs of people that live in Ottawa. Earlier this year, the 613-819 Black Hub proposed a non-police mental health crisis response strategy, which addresses the need for an alternative to police response. Non-police alternatives have been successful in many cities, such as Toronto, Edmonton, and Thunder Bay. Their success is evident. Reallocating the police budget and defunding the police is part of a larger systems change. The only effective way to address the many inadequacies in police response to mental health is to reallocate the budget to those who are a lot better suited to treating those who seek help. Thank you.
Thank you, Samia, for your comments. Are there any questions to the delegation? Okay. I just want to make clear that you know that we are going through, the city is leading a process that is looking at some detasking of services around mental health, but we have said and will continue to reiterate that we need someone 24/7 that is able to respond to those calls, and we need to work through that system before that happens. So we are working on that. The city is working on it. The police are at the table, and we are continued to commit to working in that direction. So thank you again for being here. We'll move to Cassie Slack.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay,
All
cool.
right. Yes, we can. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Hi, I'm Cassie, and I'm here again to ask this board to take real actions towards removing police from our communities and repairing the trust that has been broken with us. First, I want to talk about the budget. I attended the community budget consultation session this month, which consisted of asking us to rank predetermined priorities that were already included in the public survey. When I asked where the priorities came from, it was explained to me that these came from community consultations, but when asked which community consultations and when, nobody had an answer. The facilitators, while kind, did not have the capacity to or experience to deal with folks sharing traumatic stories and didn't know how to moderate difficult conversations effectively, making an already tense and stressful situation worse for a lot of people. I want to point out that we are not just talking about project management and priorities when we talk about policing. We are talking about real trauma, harm, and life experiences that I genuinely don't believe your facilitators were prepared for. When we were Zoom bombed by somebody yelling a racial slur, none of the facilitators were able to respond. And instead of addressing the situation and moving forward, consultation and dialogue was shut off for everybody after a statement was put together. You mentioned that this is the start of the budget and that there will be more opportunities to do so. Can you share when those consults will happen? There are only 2 months left in this process. Next, I want to speak in solidarity with a community member who couldn't be here today, but asked that I share some of her experience with the board today. This person has exhausted all of the resources they can to try to get help for their mental health and has had the police show up multiple times while experiencing mental health crises. The last time the police showed up to her house, they told her that she should talk to the mental health crisis team. And if she didn't, they wouldn't feel comfortable leaving and they may have to enforce something by giving her a ticket. She agreed to talk to the mental health unit only for them to not have any resources available to her. In her words, it was a giant waste of everybody's time and money. And it makes sense that no resources are available to her when hundreds of community agencies have to scramble and compete for just a fraction of the money that the police get access to in our city. Our community deserves resources and deserves community support, not threats of punishment followed by no resource or care. This person has reached out directly to Diane to talk about this, and I genuinely hope that you take the time to speak with and listen to her. Lastly, I want to talk about item 6, where the OPS is asking for authority from this board to spend over $1 million on CEWs or conducted energy weapons. I want to start by asking that this board not approve this purchase today. And I know we like to use vague terminology to describe things that make us uncomfortable, so I want to put this in plain language. CEWs are tasers, and they are used to electrocute people. That's their intended function. In 2015, when this board approved the purchase of 100 new tasers for the OPS, the next year, taser use by police increased by 84%. So I want to ask this board, are you comfortable knowing that there could possibly be an increase in people being electrocuted by the police next year? You have an opportunity here today to stop harm to people that you serve before it happens. And I genuinely hope that you choose to do that today. And that's all I have time for.
Thank you very much, Cassie. Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of comments, maybe corrections. The delegation is actually incorrect as to what a CEW is. I'll just leave it at that. I also asked the board to turn its attention to item number 14 in today's agenda, which is the list of commendation letters. The previous 2 delegations have been very broad-based in their assessment of the relative efficacy or necessity of police being involved in mental health calls. Item number 14 are the letters from the community commending members of the Ottawa Police Service for a wide variety of actions that took place between the board meetings. I won't read them all, but I would encourage all the board members and anybody that has access to the board's website to refresh themselves. Here's the first one. 2 separate times in the same week, I went through a mental health crisis where police were dispatched to come and help me. This can be a stressor. However, the encounters I had this week with Constable Zachary Taylor and Jennifer Brum, I would not hesitate to reach out again if in an emergency. The second one, a long list of names of our officers from the front line. I want to thank police who responded to my cousin, a young non-verbal autistic boy who fell from a 5th-story window. He was in critical condition Our family was in complete shock. Your efforts to save his life, as well as supporting his mother, never went unnoticed, and we are forever grateful. The third one. My daughter called 911 as I was not answering my phone. I have major clinical depression, and she was worried. I heard a knock on my door and got out of bed to answer the door. Constables Armstrong and McCutcheon entered my home and informed me of the circumstances of their visit. They conducted themselves in a respectful, calming, knowledgeable, and intelligent manner. Communication skills were excellent. Please pass on my compliments to her and her supervisors. Chair, I could go on. I counted in very brief time that the delegation was continuing. 6 such commendation letters from 6 different community members, all relating to mental health calls, wellness checks. Chair, I will never say this organization is perfect. We are not. But the descriptions that we get on a regular basis from these delegations are absolutely false and inaccurate, and I just want to set the record a little more straight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Cassie, you asked about dates for future budget consultations. We have not settled on dates yet, but when we do, they will be posted on the board website. Are there any other questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you again, Cassie, for being with us today. This completes the list of general delegations. As previously mentioned, if you're registered to speak on a specific agenda item, we'll be holding your delegation until that particular item is on the agenda. I'll now proceed through the consent agenda, starting with item 1, the chair's verbal report. I do have a report, so we will hold that item and return to it. Item number 2 is the chief's verbal report. Again, the chief has a report. We'll be holding that item. Item number 3, Boys and Girls Club of Ottawa report on outcomes of the 2020 grant funding. We're going to hold that item. We have Adam Joyner, the Chief Executive Officer of the Boys and Girls Club of Ottawa, here with us tonight to make a presentation. Item number 4, Ontario Association of Police Services Board Labor Relations Seminar Funding Request. That request is that the Ottawa Police Services Board approve a $1,500 silver sponsorship for the Ontario Association of Police Services Board's 2021 Virtual Labor Relations Seminar being held November 18th, 2021. Are there any questions on that? Is that item carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Great, thank you.
Carried.
Okay, moving to item number 5, 2022 budget directions and timetables. There are a number of registered delegates to speak, so we'll be holding that item and returning to it. Item number 6, life cycle management purchase conducted energy weapons.
I'd like you to hold that. I have a question.
Okay, item number 6 will be held. Item number 7, workforce management report, second quarter 2021.
I'd like you to hold that one as well, please.
Okay, Sandy's holding item 6 and 7. Item number 8, performance report, second quarter 2021. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, is the report received? Received. Okay, item number 9, report on SIU investigation, October 17th, 2020. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, received on the report?
Received.
Thank you. Item number 10, report on the SIU investigation, January 2nd, 2021. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, received?
Received.
Okay, item 11, report on SIU investigation, January 21st, 2021. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, received?
Received.
Okay, item 12, report on SIU investigation, January 22nd, 2021. Questions or comments? Seeing none, received?
Received.
Item 13, outstanding board inquiries and motions for September 2021. Received?
Received.
And item 14, the chief referenced this item, letters of commendation. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, received?
Received.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now return to the first held item, which is the chair's verbal report. Good afternoon again, everyone. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the first National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, which will take place on September 30th. This is the day to remember the survivors of residential schools and the children who never came home, their families and their communities. It's a day for us to learn, reflect, and take action. There are several events taking place both in person and online September 30th, and I would encourage all board members to participate and spend time reading, learning, and reflecting about the history of residential schools and the ongoing intergenerational trauma they have caused. As a board, we need to improve our collective awareness and understanding of these issues. We are also exploring opportunities for the board to participate in training to better inform ourselves of actions to action the motions carried by the board last November around advancing reconciliation both internally and externally. I'd now like to speak about the budget process, as this will be a significant focus for this board over the coming months. We find ourselves at a critical juncture where the future of policing in Ottawa and beyond is being reimagined and repositioned within the broader objectives of community safety and well-being. As a board, we share the same goals as the service, members of the public, and community organizations. We want safer communities, we want to see an absence of crime, and we want people to be treated fairly in all interactions with police. We believe there is a role for police in advancing community safety and well-being. However, police are only one part of a much larger ecosystem that shoulders that responsibility. One of the challenges we are seeing is when other parts of that ecosystem are unable to meet community demands, police are often the last available option. And over the last several months, we have seen an increase in gun violence in some communities in Ottawa. Neighborhood resource teams are active in several communities and were chosen based on the prevalence of crime in those areas where they operate. Neighborhood resource team officers have been doing good work to help both victims and communities after they experience violent crime. But we also need to address the root causes of crime, such as poverty, inaccessibility to services, and limited meaningful work opportunities. We can do a better job as a community in allocating more resources toward upstream, evidence-based interventions that will create more positive outcomes in our communities. And much like those who have come to speak to us at our board meetings, we also want to see the city increase funding for programs that support poverty reduction, address the housing and homelessness crisis, and support more integrated mental health support to members of our communities. As the board responsible for the police budget, we are committed to ensuring we put forward a budget ask that requests no more and no less than what we require for the provision of adequate and effective policing services in the City of Ottawa. It is within this context that the board is requesting a starting point of 0% for the 2022 budget, with a clearly articulated justification for additional resources the service requires to meet new pressures. Breaking the budget down so there is a clear picture of the proposed costs associated with inflation, service enhancements, and growth to support strategic directions will enable the board to make decisions about where we should be investing, divesting, or maintaining services more transparently. These decisions will need to be carefully contemplated in combination with the results from the ongoing public consultation process being carried out and around the budget. I would like to take this opportunity to remind residents in Ottawa that there are still ways to engage around the 2022 budget to have your voice heard. The online survey available on the OPS website and the OPSB website is available until September 30th. There will also be additional opportunities to engage in the coming months. I would now like to share an update about the work PACE has been doing for the board. PACE is currently drafting recommendations for the board related to improving the way in which our board engages with the community. These recommendations are based on a series of interviews they have conducted with a variety of community organizations over the summer. Once the draft report is released, a media release will be sent out and the report will be posted on the board's website. PACE will then solicit further input on the recommendations they have prepared for the public. I'm pleased to also share that our board is the host board for the 32nd Annual CAPG Conference, which runs from September 28th to the 30th. This is the only National Police Governance Conference in all of Canada. The theme this year is Reimagining Community Safety and Inspiring Change. Chief Slowly, Deputy Chief Bell, members of the CEC leadership, and myself will be some of the speakers at this conference. Finally, I'm delighted to report that the Ottawa Police Services Board has selected Blair Dunker as the new Chief Administrative Officer of the Ottawa Police Service. Blair brings 28 years of experience with the Ontario Public Service to this role, and we are confident that her knowledge, skills, and experience will make her an immense asset to our service. Blair will take on her new role as of December 6, 2021. So that concludes my verbal report. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none received. Okay, so item number 2 is the Chief's verbal report. Chief, we'll turn the floor over to you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Chair. And miigwech, thank you to Grandmother Irene for your beautiful song, Wildflower, and for your prayers in which you honored the Ottawa Police Service members as warriors. The peoples of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Our service honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. In June of this year, the federal government announced September 30th as a new annual statutory day to commemorate the history and ongoing trauma caused by Canada's residential school system. The National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is an opportunity for us all to reflect on the legacy of the residential school system and treatment of Indigenous peoples in Canada. It is a time to honor those who were lost, as well as the survivors, families, and communities who continue to grieve and deal with the traumas experienced. It is also a time to look at how both individually and collectively we will change the future. All Canadians and our institutions must deeply reflect on our relationships with Indigenous peoples and meaningfully commit to doing all that is possible to achieve reconciliation. The Ottawa Police Service is demonstrating our commitment to reconciliation by working to ensure we implement the spirit and recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Report, as well as the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Report. All members of our service are taking Indigenous cultural awareness training to build their understanding of our Indigenous community, their culture, the challenges and mistreatment they have faced, and their current needs. Earlier this year, we updated the board that we are hiring 2 full-time positions dedicated to violence against women, including a VAW senior advisor and specifically an Indigenous Women's Safety Advisor. I am very pleased to announce that we have been working with the Ottawa Aboriginal Coalition to fill this important position, and Shirley Couillère has been contracted by the Ottawa Police Service to be the interim Indigenous Women's Safety Advisor. Shirley is a member of the Mohawk First Nations and is a retired Assistant Commissioner with the RCMP. She was the officer in charge of the RCMP's response to the National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, among other work, including work as a task force member of the Canadian Women's Foundation examining human trafficking of women and girls. She has devoted much of her life empowering women and supporting children who have been victims of violence. As well, after a great deal of discussion with the Violence Against Women Advisory Committee, I am very proud to announce that Melanie Winwood has accepted the position of OPS VAW Senior Advisor. Melanie is the co-chair of the OPS VAW Advisory Committee. She comes to the OPS from Western Ottawa Resource Centre with an extensive background and experience with violence against women. Both of these women have a vast array of experience, community partnerships, and relationships to help us better advocate for and provide culturally appropriate services for Indigenous women and all women in our community. The OPS will continue to reach out to the Indigenous people in our city to learn more, to engage better, and to form more effective partnerships. Chair, I also want to join you in recognizing the board's selection of Blair Dunker as our next Chief Administration Officer. She's a tremendous leader. She's a wonderful human being, a mother and partner, and we're very much looking forward to working with her to advance the board's priorities and to change our organization in the way that it needs to change. Chair and board, you know we've focused on modernizing our Ottawa Police Service by first and foremost changing the culture of the service. One of the best ways we can do this is to recruit and hire a more qualified and diversified workforce. Bringing in new people with new ideas, new skills, new perspectives will help us deliver new and better police services. This week, we will host a badge ceremony in which we will officially welcome the 96 officers who were hired in the 2020 year. The standards for becoming a police officer are the most stringent they have ever been. At the same time, we have worked hard and continuously to remove unfair and unnecessary barriers that have previously kept excellent potential police applicants from all communities to successfully complete our hiring processes. This approach has been successful in bringing in very qualified, high-quality candidates who reflect the skills and enthusiasm we need to serve the community. These changes have had a massive impact on the quantity, quality, and diversity of the police recruit applicant pool, such that the December 2020 class of 48 recruits was the most diverse class in the history of the Ottawa Police Service. 40% identified as women, 50% identified as a member of a racialized group, 6% identified as an Indigenous person, 5% identified as being from the 2S LGBTQIA+ communities. 46% spoke French, plus an additional 20 different languages spoken by the remaining recruits. 87% of the recruit class have one or more valuable diversity assets that will enhance the Ottawa Police Service's delivery to our increasingly diverse residents of our community and visitors to the nation's capital. This group is also highly educated with university and/or college degrees, and they bring a wealth of experience ranging from previous careers in social work, including working with the John Howard Society, the Ottawa Distress Centre, mental health caseworkers, youth outreach workers, and I could go on. We could not have done this without the support of this board, the work of our recruiting teams, and most importantly, the support of our community partners who encouraged us, guided us, and recommended to us qualified and skilled candidates for these positions. This is a success formula that we will build upon in all other aspects of our police service delivery. Because of the COVID outbreak in 2020, we could not do this badge ceremony to honor these new recruits, their families, and the communities that supported them. This badge ceremony is long overdue, but it will be completely compliant with COVID regulations. This is not the next generation of officers. This is truly a new generation of officers who will help lead the Ottawa Police Service into a brighter and better future. I look forward to seeing members of the board at the badge ceremony events this week. Chair, it's been a long summer, a long hot summer, a very busy 2 months since we last met. And our call volume year to date has actually reached, our call volume year to date in 2021 has returned and even exceeded pre-pandemic levels. There is a brief snapshot of some of the efforts that our Ottawa Police Service members were engaged in since the last board meeting. Our NRT and Emergency Services Unit officers safely managed 24 demonstrations in August and another 31 demonstrations to date in the month of September. These demonstrations range from 25 participants to over 4,000 participants. Our frontline policing and NRT officers administered 14 doses of naloxone, helping each of the affected 14 individuals to recover. Our traffic services officers wrapped up the very successful Project Noisemaker with a total of 2,204 charges. 157 of these charges were for stunt driving events. Stunt driving offenses doubled during the last year from 78 in 2020 to 157 in 2021 year to date. Our robbery unit members investigated 80 separate robberies, and they solved 26 of them, laying criminal charges against these violent offenders. Our uniform and plainclothes officers seized 13 crime guns and investigated 18 shootings over this brief period. Our homicide unit investigators successfully investigated and laid charges in 3 of the homicide cases from the 2021 year. While Ottawa remains one of the safest big cities in Canada and anywhere in the world, there are real and present dangers from violent offenders who reside in or frequent our beautiful city. One such example occurred over the Labor Day long weekend, when an out-of-town man was denied entry into a market area bar. In a brazen act of criminal violence, the male then took out a handgun and fired several shots, 2 of which struck a member of the bar's security team in the leg. Ottawa police officers who had been assigned to the Market Safe program, as well as our Market NRT members, were steps away from this violent incident and immediately responded. One officer immediately went to the shooting victim and applied life-saving first aid. The remaining officers pursued the suspect on foot through the crowded Market area. During the foot pursuit, the suspect turned and fired his gun at the pursuing officers, narrowly missing one of the officers. After an extremely difficult and dangerous foot pursuit, the officers arrested the suspect and recovered the crime gun. The arresting officers discovered that the crime gun apparently jammed, which meant the violent suspect could have intended to further engage in an even more dangerous firefight in his attempt to evade arrest. The man was ultimately charged with attempted murder, pointing a firearm, and several other firearms-related offenses. The security guard suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Without regard for their personal safety, our officers ran towards danger, saved the life of the victim, and arrested an extremely violent and dangerous offender. I cannot underscore my pride and gratitude to all the officers involved in this harrowing event, including our civilian call takers and dispatchers. Their teamwork and bravery resulted in the arrest of a dangerous offender, saved the shooting victim's life, and protected countless other innocent people who were in the Market area that night. Chair, I spoke with you and the board in July about hate-motivated incidents and wanted to provide you with an update on those efforts. We have seen nearly a 25% rise in hate crime reporting through the first 3 quarters of 2021. In the past 2 months alone, our hate crime unit officers have charged 4 individuals with 13 counts of hate-motivated offenses. This involves targeting offenses against our LGBTQ2+ community, South Asian community, and Black community. In one investigation, a young woman was targeted at University of Ottawa. Both accepted responsibility for their actions. As a part of the agreed terms, the victim was paid an amount in restitution, and the accused, in this case both 19 years of age, also went through cultural and race training with Dr. Reverend Anthony Bailey, a very important member of our community. I now want to draw your attention to the Budget Directions Report on the agenda this evening, which I know there will be lots of discussion and delegations about. Since late 2020, we have been working on the development and design of the 2022 draft budget. This report is just the next step in that budget development process. The Ottawa Police Service has heard the community's call for change. We've been investing and implementing needed changes. That is why in November 2020, the Ottawa Police Service presented a multi-year change budget, which was approved by the board. These investments will allow the Ottawa Police Service to make more needed changes to improve duty of care, public trust, and community safety well-being. We've been focused on using the 2021 budget to make the following advancements in our culture, structure, and service delivery capacity. 2 neighborhood resource teams will roll out to serve the suburban and rural communities starting in November. A new anti-racism curriculum has been established for all members of the Ottawa Police Service, including the launch of Indigenous cultural awareness training, foundational anti-racism training, and anti-Black racism training that has been co-designed and will be co-delivered by the community. The formation of the new Community Safety and Wellbeing branch within our organization, which is aimed to guide an integrated approach to policing in our community, with our community, working across all silos of civil society to integrate our services under the core principles of community safety and well-being. A job competition for the civilian director of the Community Safety Wellbeing branch is being developed and is expected to be released in the coming weeks, and we encourage all members of the community to consider applying for that position. The establishment of a guiding council for improved mental health services is now being led and coordinated through the City of Ottawa's Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. We have also enhanced our de-escalation training as part of a larger review of all of our use of force training. In addition, much work has been initiated to build a more safe, healthy, and inclusive workplace for our members. We have been working hard to fix our own house by engaging in difficult but needed discussions with our own members, in which we are listening and acknowledging how we need to change internally. We're making further investments to improve access to wellness supports for all of our members, both those who are at work and those who are away on any type of leave. And this includes the building of an integrated wellness portal. We're addressing the issues of workplace sexual violence, workplace harassment, systemic racism, and bullying via a plan that has been informed by external experts and is being designed by members for our members. The Ottawa Police Service has worked with the board, its financial advisory committee, to support the development of the 2022 budget proposal. Regular updates on this work have been provided to the board in public meetings. Per the board's direction, the Ottawa Police Service conducted a months-long analysis to identify the service and cost impacts of 3 different budget scenarios: a 0% increase, a 1.5% increase, and a 3% increase. This was presented to the board at the July FAC meeting. At the board's July 27th public meeting, the board approved an extensive community consultation plan for the 2022 budget, which the OPS has been fully and faithfully implementing ever since. The financial pressures that the Ottawa Police Service is facing are significant and real. The main pressures are being driven by factors that are beyond our control, such as the increase in cost of living and the ongoing CBA negotiations being led by the board in conjunction with the OPA and the SOA. To complete our 2022 budget submission, we are seeking formal direction from the board for the Ottawa Police Service to prepare a draft 2022 budget that assumes a 0% increase at its base, with a detailed explanation of any additional funding beyond 0%, including any related inflationary or collective bargaining increases required to ensure the provision of adequate and effective policing in the City of Ottawa in 2022, and to provide detailed option plan for investments in 2022 and beyond that will lead to the optimal allocation of current resources to match workload and the effective engagement of community assets to share response to specific service demands. The option plan will include investments required to achieve the board's strategic priorities, as well as to continue the implementation of the Ottawa Police Service's multi-year plan for organizational and cultural change. To continue to work with the board's Financial and Audit Committee, the FAC Working Group, and the board's consulting firm Strategy Core in the development of the draft 2022 budget. Chair, these recommendations are before you and the board for your consideration for approval later on in the board's agenda. Upon board approval of these recommendations, the Ottawa Police Service will commence using a zero-based budget process to complete and submit our recommended 2022 budget to the board on November 3rd. The Ottawa Police Service's final budget submission to the board will be significantly informed by the board's approved community consultation process. By way of update, there have been 4,400 surveys completed. If anyone still wishes to participate in the public survey, there is still time to do so as the survey closes on October 1st. The survey can be accessed at ottawapolice.ca/2022 budget, and I believe that information is being shared on the screen right now with your viewers. We also held a town hall style community consultation meeting by Zoom. We're in the process of interviewing all members of City Council to get their viewpoints on the needs of their constituents as it relates to the 2022 budget. While the response so far has been strong, we will continue our efforts into October. In particular, we will continue to focus on our diverse communities, religious groups, community agencies, and individuals involved in the response to mental health, poverty, and homelessness. To better understand the current social safety net in Ottawa, we have also commissioned Help Seeker to produce a social impact audit to map all social services provided in the City of Ottawa. This audit will assist the City of Ottawa and all social service providers, including the Ottawa Police Service, to identify all funding sources and all service gaps. This will in turn guide the collective implementation of innovative and effective models of integrated service delivery while enabling better service delivery outcomes for all individuals, families, and communities that make up this great city. The result of this Help Seeker study will be publicly released at the board meeting as part of the final comprehensive report on the community consultation process. Chair, I'm going to conclude my report this month on the memorial. Earlier in this report, I spoke about the badge ceremony, a heartfelt celebration of our new recruits' efforts, as well as the support they have received from their families and the communities that they grew up in. Yesterday, the nation paused to recognize the 44th annual Canadian Police and Peace Officers Memorial to celebrate a tragically growing list of heroes in life, not in death. It is a somber celebration of the inherent dangers in a policing career. It is part of a national duty to recognize the sacrifices of those fallen heroes to keep their memories alive for future generations of Canadians. The tradition of the Canadian Police and Peace Officers Memorial actually started following the death of Ottawa Police Service Constable David Kirkwood in 1977. Since the memorial, more than 900 names are now on the memorial tablets. Since then, more than 900 names have been added to the memorial tablets. This year, sadly, there were 4 more Canadian police officers who died in the line of duty. Constable Mark Hoving of the OPP on November 19th, 2020. Sergeant Andrew Harnett of the Calgary Police Service, December 31st, 2020. Constable Shelby Patton of the RCMP, June 12th, 2021. Constable Jeffrey Northrup of the Toronto Police Service, July 2nd, 2021. Jeffrey Northrup was an officer that I knew personally, and I miss him dearly. May their souls rest in peace, and may their families and loved ones find a greater peace in this life. The Ottawa Police Service is a key supporter of this event. I want to recognize Ceremonial Sergeant Steve Boucher and all the other serving and retired Ottawa Police Service members who contributed to this year's memorial events. And I want to recognize the 14 officers who died in the line of duty within the boundaries of the current city of Ottawa. Constable Hiram O'Callaghan, Sergeant David Tuckey, Constable Robert Mackey, Constable Jeffrey Armstrong, Constable Miles Campbell, Constable Harold Dent, Constable David Kirkwood, Constable Kenneth Sweat, Constable John Montgomery, Constable Russell O'Connor, Constable David Utman, Detective Thomas Stoneman, Constable George Constantiniou, and Constable Eric Chapnick. We also recognize and remember all OPS members who have tragically taken their own lives, including Constable Thomas Roberts' death on this day, which is the 2-year anniversary of his passing. This year's memorial event was limited due to the need for COVID-related compliance. That said, it was still a critically important opportunity for the families of those fallen officers to feel and see the local and national recognition of their loved ones' selfless sacrifice. I ask the board, all Ottawans and all Canadians to remember all the police officers and peace officers who serve and protect communities across this great country of Canada every day and every hour of the day. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chief Slowly. Are there any questions or comments for the chief? Seeing none, thank you again, Chief, for your update received on the Chief's verbal report.
Received.
Received.
Thank you. Item number 3, Boys and Girls Club of Ottawa report on outcomes of the 2022 grant funding. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the Executive Director of the Boys and Girls Club of Ottawa, Adam Joyner, to make a brief presentation. And I can just tell you that I am very familiar with the great work that the Boys and Girls Club do in our community. Currently are active in my ward, but they're going to be much more active because we're constructing a brand new clubhouse in Hetherington that's underway right now. So we're very excited about the future with the Boys and Girls Club and the amazing work that the Boys and Girls Club have been doing for a long time in our community. So with that opening, Adam, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Chair and Councillor Deans, and to members of the board and the service. Thank you so much for having me. I am having technical issues getting the slides to come up, so I'm hoping that someone could potentially help me with that. I don't know if that's
we will help you, Adam. Hopefully
oh, great. Thank you.
They're about to come up.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today about the BGC Ottawa. One of the big changes this year going into 2021 is a bit of a name change. It's actually a very big name change, not just in Ottawa, but across Canada. And that is now we're the BGC Ottawa. We wanted a more inclusive name that was more representative of the children and youth that we serve. You know, this is a step in the right direction for us as an organization, both locally and on a national level. So this is our year in review, and I'm really excited to show you some of the things that we've been up to. Next slide, please. So like every organization this year, 2020 was a particularly challenging one for children, youth, and families that we serve. It had a very deep impact in programming, fundraising, and at times we've had to close and suspend programs, had to make changes in terms of staffing, and really had to move what our programs were from just in-person programs, which we're known for, to other options such as virtual programs and our neighborhood ambassador program, which is a partnership with Ottawa Public Health and the City of Ottawa. I'm not going to give it away all just yet, but yeah, you'll see soon what that's all about. And really just focusing on outreach programs and partnering with agencies to try and make the most impact, continue the relationships we have with the families that we work with at this really challenging time. I won't spend too much time talking about our mission and vision, but I hope it's in the work. You see the work that we're doing, and really our goal as an organization is to really provide opportunities to help young people overcome barriers all the way from 6 to 18. And our services are completely free, so there's no fee or service fee for any services that we provide. And we focus on 4 different pillars of program. And those programs are just the carrot for young people to come in. And then the real work is the intentional social skill development that happens every day when young people are coming into our facilities. The mentorship, the leadership, the social emotional skill development, all of those pieces come from the work that's happening. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. So this report is really focused on our Tomlinson Family Foundation Clubhouse, and really wanted to show you some of the numbers that we've seen through this past year in 2020. As you can see, it's been a very busy year at the club, and our Tomlinson Club being a key stakeholder in that piece. It's obviously different in terms of our regular numbers that we would usually see due to COVID and the limits in terms of having people in person. And I'll show you some other pieces that we've been working on to ensure that we were still as in the community as possible, helping families as much as possible and helping our members as much as possible. Next slide. So one of the big changes here at BGC Ottawa is that we're now in 19 neighborhoods across Ottawa. We've been able to do this through a partnership with a few things, but most in particular, our provincial youth outreach workers who have been in the community for a very long time, and also our neighborhood ambassador program. So through those 2 programs, we kind of left the spaces that we were in when we had to and moved into the community to work right in the community. We've always had that leg of work happening at the club, but we really integrated that work in what we were doing. And, on a regular year, what we're providing is not just a safe place for young people to go after school. It's so many different opportunities. And you can see some of the stats there, the impact the club has on young people. Slide. So, one of the things I wanted to highlight for you is the use of a virtual clubhouse. So when the pandemic hit in early March, we recognized that we needed to continue having the impact that we were having. And what we did is we opened a virtual club where we offered virtual spaces for young people to access our programs. And in that program, we saw 444 new members from all over Ontario, not just the Ottawa area. And they would be attending more than 9,400 times in the last year. This is significant in the sense that if you're a young person who doesn't have access to programming space and access to service, this continued mentorship by our staff is very relevant and real for them. A lot of our staff are 5, 10, 15, 20, 25-year employees that have developed strong bonds and relationships, not just with the young people we serve, but also the families. Sorry, I think I lost the presentation. Oh, Councillor Deans, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, we'll just see if we can get that back.
No worries. Okay, so we don't have just air. I'll just speak about the Tomlinson Family Foundation Clubhouse to all of you, because I think that works just as well as doing a presentation. So you know, this location went through a pretty major renovation. Actually, if the slides are back, we can flip to the next slide. There we go. And one of the things I wanted to share with you about this location and all of our locations in Ottawa is that we were actually one of the first in-person programs to relaunch. And we did that in partnership with Ottawa Public Health to ensure the safety of our members. And we started programming again on July 20th, 2020. And then, you know, we've had to change based on the regulations and legislation multiple times to ensure that we were open as much as possible throughout the pandemic. That in-person programming piece is just so integral to what we do. It's really been an interesting time at the club in terms of making sure that we were in those spaces, but well worth the hours of work that it takes for that to happen. Next slide. So these are some of the highlights. Some of them are pre-pandemic, as this is a 2020 report, and some of them are post-pandemic. And you can see, you know, some of the things that we've been able to participate in, both in person and virtually. One program that's listed here is the Raise the Grade program. That's a really unique mentoring program for ages 14 to 18. And essentially it allows us to connect a youth directly with a mentor in our community. You know, that young person will follow through this program and have that mentorship opportunity to really develop a core relationship with someone in the community. So once a child graduates from or youth graduates from that program, they have the opportunity to, you know, potentially get a scholarship through the BGC Ottawa or through many of our other partnering agencies that we refer to. Next slide. But of course, things had to change to make sure we were able to continue our relationships and continue to grow in the community. And that meant things like changing what we were offering, including community resource sheets, PPE, educational kits, creative kits, special crafts and opportunities to really continue to connect with members of our community and the families that we serve. And then we have a holiday session where we do hampers for families and angel tree gifts as well, which is also very well established. And we provide somewhere in a range of 3,000 presents to children and youth in the community. Slide. So as we slowly start to get out of the pandemic, I'm very excited about the realization that we're slowly shifting towards our regular programming. And things such as our, you know, skills and drills and competitive sports programs. We have our dance programs that are running at the Tomlinson Clubhouse, multiple different activities such as fitness programs, labs, discovery labs, dance lessons, all different types of programming and services that young people can access day to day in our operations. Next slide. What's very important about the club is that we spend time to evaluate what we're doing. So we take time to ensure that we're offering the best quality programs and services that we can for the young people that we serve. Whether that is evaluating our programs top down through a high five evaluation program, where we make sure that all the services we're providing are the best in class and make sure that we're offering the best services possible, or a bottom up approach where we're participating in membership participation surveys, parent surveys, community-based feedback sessions. We're doing all of these types of things to ensure we're offering the best service possible. Slide, please. But we have a vision, and that is to help more kids. There is a tremendous need in our community for these types of services that are not just recreation, but teaching those social emotional skills, mentorship, leadership. And our goal is to double the impact of our services in the city by 2024. We're doing that in a collaborative way where we're looking for key partnerships, looking for key program locations, and really trying to elevate, insulate, and support the community that we're working in. I'm a member or a former member of the club. I grew up at the club. I started going when I was 9. They've not yet been able to kick me out. I'm sure it's going to come one of these days. But until they do, my goal and mission is to help as many kids as possible find a safe place to go, a place they can call their own, a second home, a family that will be there for them, all of the time, and be a mentor for them growing up. That's what I had growing up. And I would, and our chief programs officer is also an alumni, and that's what he had. And a lot of our staff members, frankly, are from the communities that we serve. And our goal and mission is to make sure that they have the space that we did. So, it's a real opportunity. I see this as a real opportunity for our city, and I really hope that we can get into more communities to make a difference and impact in the lives of the children and youth that we serve. Next slide. So that's it for the formal presentation. Thank you so much. I will open the floor up to any questions or comments anyone might have. Chief Slowey.
Thank you very much, Adam, for your presentation and for the amazing work that the BGC Ottawa does in our community. We are very grateful for the support that you give to so many kids, and you turned out all right. So but it's actually really nice that the executive director came through the program and has hands-on knowledge of it. So we really appreciate all that you do in our community. Chief Slowly had his hand up first, so I'll go to you, Chief.
Chair, I'll defer to the other board members. If you could allow me to speak last, I appreciate that.
Sure. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to commend Adam for his good work. I also am very impressed with the work that BGC Ottawa does. I have a bit of a bias, and it's around the Don McGann clubhouse, of course. But the quick question I had was, we know from your presentation that you said that we are transitioning back to in-person. I'm just wondering how that looks across the city. And maybe even before you can get there, it'd be interesting to know, what did the virtual clubhouses look like during COVID lockdowns? So if you can answer those two questions, it'd be much appreciated.
Absolutely, Councillor King. So we'll start with the virtual piece. So we had to ensure the safety of our members through a few different pieces. We developed our own virtual platform that we were able to access, and members were able to access, sign up as members through that platform. Then as a member, they were given access to 30 different online programs and platforms that they could access. Examples would be online recreation programs, fitness programs. So they'd be given an individual number in which they could sign into these classes, and they would participate in various activities. We had tech programs, we had different services where, we drop off kits to young people for the first week, and then we would follow them along for 8 weeks in the sessions, and they'd be given these things to do every week. So that's kind of how the program was structured. In terms of the staffing, we kept 2 staff in each space. We actually developed a very stringent policy around safety and support for the families we were serving to ensure that we were monitoring not just the call itself, but also monitoring the pieces around the service itself, and also making sure, if there's any message or anything, that they're appropriate for the group. So it was a huge learning curve. The other piece I would say is that our staff became not just leaders in programming, but they also had to become a bit of an entertainment because we have YouTube, we have Netflix, we have all these different services that don't have a real life mentor attached to them. So our staff really became quite good at keeping the kids engaged on a screen. So it was a great learning curve for us. And I'm sorry, Councillor King, what was your first question?
And the last question, or part of it, is just what does in-person, the resumption of in-person services look like? I know that I was at an event at the end of summer at Don McGann, and I saw the excitement in the youth for being back out. And I was excited because of the prospect of the youth being once again linked to all this wonderful programming that allows them to be productive. So I was just curious if you could, I know that you were looking at one of the clubhouses. I was just curious if you could speak to the return of in-person services and what that looks like across the city.
Absolutely. So we've been in person for a while now at most of our locations. Our main sites have been open throughout the summer. The only locations that are not currently open are the ones we don't have access to yet in terms of the arrangement with different partners who have access to the space, but most of our sites are open. And we're going to continue looking at the legislation and making sure that we can stay open as long as possible and as safely as possible. So as things move, we're going to add more members to our club. I can happily say that all of our locations are full at the moment based on the COVID regulations that we have and the cohorting we have to follow to ensure the safety of our members. And as things as we can open more, we'll open more spaces. And if do shut down again, let's hope not, then we will certainly look at how we move to a different model as necessary.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work that you do, and we're committed. I know that one of my council colleagues as well, Councillor Fleury, and I are working very closely with BGC to see if we can extend programming into our schools in critical hours. So we're really excited about that prospect to ensure that youth have access to high quality programming, especially during critical hours. So I really commend you for the work that you're doing, and thank you for providing a deputation to the Police Services Board.
Thank you so much, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Meehan.
Thank you very much. Adam, thanks for the presentation. I was just curious, you said that you're looking to expand the program into other communities in the city. Is there a criteria for a community? Like, does a community have to meet a certain criteria in order to be eligible?
That's a great question, Councillor. And we're just reviewing the opportunities now in terms of what communities have in terms of spaces and access to space. We've had multiple reports around what spaces are available in the community. We've been working with an organization called Data for Good as an example that has looked at some of the organizations in the community, or some of the communities in our community that need more support and services. But there is no platform per se of a certain community. BGC Ottawa is open for all kids. Obviously, we want to provide the most opportunities to the young people that have the least access to services. So we're reviewing that as our landmark and how we continue to evolve the organization. I would say that just part of that growth is what's happening at Councillor Dean's ward with the new Hetherington Club, which will also serve Haringate and also serve Banff-Lebury community as well, and in the surrounding Southeast Ottawa community. So that would be an example where, sometimes we'll look at different platforms to try and get the most amount of kids possible into each community.
Well, I represent a fairly new communities like Finley Creek and Riverside South, we have no sports facilities, no recreation. I'm just wondering if there's a way to tap into something that the Boys and Girls or BGC has that might answer or address a need in those communities. So I think I'll touch base with you later, okay? Talk about that. Thanks.
Wonderful. Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. I'd like to give my time over to Deputy Chief Steve Bell, who's on the board of directors with Boys and Girls. But I do want to thank Adam for his presentation. More importantly, for the partnership between the Boys and Girls Club of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Service. It's a partnership that provides dividends every single day across the city, and one that we hope to deepen next year, particularly around pre- and post-charge diversion for young people. But with that, I'll turn things over to Steve.
Thank you, Chief Sullivan.
Okay, Deputy Chief Bell.
Thanks, Chair Deans. I just wanted to take a couple seconds to acknowledge Adam. He was exceptionally humble around his role in leading this work and leading this club ahead. Adam, I've been able to watch firsthand as a member of the board of directors the the incredibly swift response that Adam and his team had to COVID. The dreaded pivot word is exactly what they did almost immediately, to the point that they were able to create a roadmap for other youth serving agencies within the city. So not only did they benefit the young people that are served by BGC Ottawa, they actually were able to help other organizations provide programming. Adam has been an absolutely phenomenal leader around equity, diversity, and inclusion within the clubhouse, whether it be with the programming that's provided, the staff that provided, or the board that helped oversee and govern it. Adam has actually brought in training, culture, and systems that allow EDI to be absolutely front and center in absolutely everything they do. Last thing is around the South Clubhouse. If it wasn't for Adam, wasn't for his team, we wouldn't have seen the rapid development of that area, of that clubhouse in that area. You're going to see it turn around within a year, and you will have young people playing within that space, hopefully early, while there's still snow on the ground here. So Adam, I have to commend you on your exceptional leadership that you're providing. Thank you for it. Please keep doing it, because I know how many young lives you positively impact. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief, and thank you so much for all of the service you provide our community, and Chief Slowly as well. And Deputy Chief Bell, thank you for being such a positive member of our board.
Okay, on that note, seeing no further questions or comments, Adam, thank you for giving so generously of your time tonight and being here. And again, to you and the board, thank you all for the important work that you're doing in our community.
Thank you so much.
Received on the report? Received.
Received.
Okay, so turning then to item number 5, which is the 2022 budget directions and timetable. We have a number of delegations registered to speak on this item. We're going to start with the delegations, followed by board member questions and comments. And just to reiterate, this is a budget direction. This is basically setting out the process by which the service will build a budget. The budget recommendation will be tabled on November 3rd, and there will be more consultation throughout the process. This is a bit of a different process for us. We're attempting to be much more collaborative in terms of community input into the budget. We started much earlier, and so this direction of starting at 0 and then justifying anything to be added to it or hopefully subtracted from it as we move forward is an industry best practice. It's what's recommended to us by our consultant strategy core from Toronto. And at this point, no one should assume what the budget ask will be. We will see that on November 3rd. This is a best practice process that we're using as a starting point this year. So with that said, we'll call our first public delegation, Robin Brown from 613-819 Black Hop.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, Robin. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Hello. I hope you all got some downtime this summer because it's going to be a busy fall. I'm here on behalf of the 613-819 Black Hub to applaud all the board members for taking the courageous step to direct the OPS to freeze its budget at last year's level and to give you some more reasons to make sure that happens. Today, I'll focus on one topic: the flawed sources the OPS uses to justify asking you for more money. Let me give 3 examples, 2 from what the OPS told you in their budget presentation at the board's July meeting, and a 3rd from the OPS's recent budget consultation. First, the OPS told you that if you don't increase their budget, they won't be able to expand their neighborhood resource teams or their work on violence against women, traffic, or youth. What they didn't say was who exactly told them they wanted the OPS to expand any of that, except the traffic stuff, in the first place. The NRT program gives us some insights into this. Last time I spoke, we asked the board if the board had ever asked the OPS for the success criteria the OPS used to justify asking the board for the $11 million you gave them to expand the NRT program last year. Chair Deans, when we asked you this, you told us to ask the OPS for the criteria. When we suggested that the board should have asked the OPS for this before giving them $11 million, you added that the implementation of the NRTs was as a, quote, direct result of community input the board received during its last strategic planning process, which called for more community policing, and that the board consequently made the advancement of community policing a priority for the chief and service, unquote. When we asked you for that community input, you shared a report from 2008 done by the board and the OPS that said, quote, community groups and residents want a return to community policing, unquote. The problem is that the report didn't separate out answers from Black and Indigenous residents to know what they think about NRTs in their neighborhoods. So this is like doing a survey on the OPS's Violence Against Women program, not separating out answers from women and concluding that the program is great and should be expanded. This is yet another example of how the OPS ensures that anything that's meant to hold them accountable or evaluate them produces positive reviews. The second example is the OPS announcing at last month's board meeting that it had hired the company DiversaPro to coordinate its budget consultations. The problem is that one of DiversaPro's consultants was vice chair of the OPS Community Equity Council up until April of this year. The OPS supposedly created the CEC to help hold the OPS accountable to the community. But someone being a member of a watchdog organization like the CEC, then leaving and getting hired 4 months later by one of the organizations they were supposedly holding accountable, in this case the OPS, is a clear conflict of interest. Stopping stuff like that is why the federal government has rules that prevent people who regulate companies from going to work for those companies right after leaving government. Does the CEC not have similar rules? If not, this is a real problem given that several OPS members who presented at the July 20th Ottawa City Council FedCo meeting said the CEC would play a key role in the OPS budget consultation process. So we got to ask, are there any other CEC members about to leave and be put on the OPS payroll? When we raised this issue with DiversaPro's owner and the former CEC vice chair, DiversaPro's owner said there was no conflict, but he didn't say his consultant had resigned, sorry, as CEC vice chair in April. The vice chair said he left the CEC in April, but when we asked why he was still listed as vice chair on the OPS website, the OPS quickly removed his name. Oh, and when we asked him for the success criteria for the CEC, he said, quote, I think success has yet to be defined, unquote. For the CEC that was created over 2 years ago. And for the third and final example, I echo Samantha McAleese's earlier comments about the OPS's recent budget consultation in which they presented participants with a survey full of questions like, should the OPS fund youth outreach or work or violence against women? As Samantha said, the problem is that the option to say we didn't want the OPS doing either of those things was simply not available. So board members continue to accept these flawed forms of validation from the OPS, like these biased public consultation methods and a compromised CEC that only praises the OPS and has no success criteria, doesn't fulfill your obligation for proper oversight of the OPS. Lastly, what the OPS also didn't mention in the July budget presentation is that they've handled 0% budget increases before, including a staffing freeze between 2012 and 2015, and they managed just fine. So they can do this. The OPS says they want to reduce calls for service to them while improving needed services to the community, and we couldn't agree more. So help them do that. Start the process of moving those funds to those much needed services, as you, Chair Deans, challenged the mayor to do in your courageous letter to him earlier this month. Freeze the OPS budget in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Chief Slowly?
Chair, thank you. The CEC is not a watchdog or an oversight body for the Ottawa Police Service. Most of the other comments that were made in that delegation are inaccurate, too many for me to take the time of the board. But we'll look for some information in there that we can use to advance the board's purposes and provide a better service for our community. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other comments for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you again, Robin. We'll move to Chris Grinham.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Wonderful.
Yes, we can. Chris, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Chris Grinham, and for over 20 years, my wife and I have been proud residents of Lower Town. I'm here before you today because I sent an email to the mayor, my councillor Matthew Fleury, Chief Stoley, and quite a few other people expressing my concerns about the news reports discussing the defunding of Ottawa Police Service. In that email, I cited a recent 911 call that I had to make on behalf of someone who was placing themselves and others in serious danger by running into traffic and diving in front of moving vehicles at King Edward and St. Patrick. I was very concerned for this person's safety and the safety of the people in the vehicles he was running in front of, but despite the danger, the response time for this 911 call was 16 minutes because there was no officers available in the area. They had to dispatch a cruiser from Montreal Road in Vanier, and for those 16 minutes, that man was continuously endangering himself and others. This is not the first time that this has happened. This is simply the most recent incident. The fact of the matter is our area is always short-staffed, and even when there's a full complement on duty, it is still not enough. Let me explain. If you know my neighborhood, then you know it's very challenging. We have a diverse community, people of all walks of life, every demographic, and a hyper concentration of social services. Let's say on a good day, we have 5 cruisers on shift in our zone. However, there is always at least one needed at one of the shelters. So we go from 5 down to 4 or 3. Then another may need to take someone to cell block. So now you're down to 3 or 2. Another may need to take someone to hospital. They have to stay with the person until the doctor sees them, which can take hours. So now you're down to 2 or 1. And then all it takes is a fender bender, and we have no cruisers available in the area. That's how you end up with a 16-minute response time to a 911 call. Our neighborhood is already struggling. We have seen a drastic increase in drug use and addiction in Lower Town. And because of that, we have a drastic increase in all of the negative and illegal behavior that goes with it. Thefts, assaults, vandalism, violence, and general disorder are all on the rise. And the primary first responders to all of them are Ottawa Police. They are that thin blue line that keeps the worst barely at bay. They risk their health and safety on every call that they go to. I have been on enough ride-alongs to see the day-to-day reality the members of our police service face. Not only would not adequately funding our service put them significantly at more risk, but would severely negatively impact our neighborhood. We should not be defunding our police service. We should, in fact, be investing more and investing smartly. Take a look around. Ottawa is growing. Downtown is increasing in density and intensification, and our police service needs to grow in step with the city. We need to be investing in hiring more officers, especially from underrepresented groups. We need to make sure that our officers are properly outfitted and trained for modern policing. We should be investing in our mental health unit, and we should be investing in technology. At the very least, we should have cameras in the cruisers. However, if we are truly interested in transparency and accountability, and they're not just election cycle buzzwords, then we should invest in body cameras for our officers. And as an added incentive, imagine the cost savings for every case that instead of having an officer paid to spend a significant amount of time describing and detailing an arrest or charges in front of a judge, Ottawa Police could simply provide the video to show what happened. This protects the public, the officers, and would free up our overly taxed court system. Listen, if you want to reduce costs, you don't cut the budget. That's a short-term Band-Aid with long-term consequences that never works. The needs are still there, and the budget can no longer meet them. Instead, you address the items that are the biggest drains on services. As just one example, on any given day, the shelters and specifically the Shepherds of Good Hope can and do monopolize a lot of city services, health, fire, ambulance, and most definitely police. We hear the sirens all day long. If we tackle the spiraling out of control addiction and homelessness issues in this city, you'll see a very quick return on investment. The fact of the matter is, investing in our police service and all of our first responders is not only an investment in those services, but it's an investment in all of us. Those are core services that we all rely on, that one day each of us will need. And if we want them to be there in our time of need, then we need to properly invest in them now. Defunding the police service sounds good on paper at budget time, but I promise you it sounds a lot less attractive the day you call 911 and there's no cars to respond in your area. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for your input. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Member Sueda.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Chris, for your delegation. And I know you're talking about a bigger issue that's happening, but I wanted to ask you specifically about the incident where the gentleman was jumping in the road. What time of day was that?
It was middle of the day. broad daylight. It's kind of a common thing in my neighborhood. We have a lot of people with mental health and addiction issues, and I live kitty corner pretty much to the Shepherds of Good Hope. But yeah, it was middle of the day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Sweta. Chief Slowly.
Just wanted to say appreciated the very comprehensive delegation. There's a lot for us to look at and consider. I just wanted to thank the delegate.
Thank you, Chief Slowly, and thank you, Chris, again for being here. We'll move on to our next delegation, Chris Harris.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Chris. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this board this afternoon on the topic of a very important topic, police budget. I have worked with police service in 3 different countries, and in Ottawa, I've worked with 8 different chiefs over a period of 50+ years. Let me first say I am puzzled to hear so many presentations on this subject without a single one that I have heard suggest a solution other than freeze, reduce, cut, or defund. It was as if it was coming from a single source. There was not one suggestion that I have heard to modify, amend a single program to make it more beneficial to the Ottawa community. I am sure that the chief, Peter Slowly, would be willing to work with well-thinking community members to improve any program. My program, myself, and the members of the organization and association that I worked with for many years have found that the chief, Peter Slowly, is doing a very good job, and we are here to support him. If you go ahead and defund, freeze, or cut the budget, look at what the result will be in the future. The efforts made in the hiring of members from the multicultural community would freeze, stop. Many multicultural members on the force would let go, if the last word would be likely to go. Let me remind you that when I came here in Ottawa, it was just a small town with mostly white inhabitants. Today, Ottawa is a large, diverse city with over 1 million people, and still growing at a rapid rate. Remember, it takes several times more it is several times more difficult to start a new program than to modify an existing one. Budget means money. I would like to make a few suggestions. One, we could get in touch with Toronto to change some regulations that are not working in the best interest of Ottawa. I would be willing to attend any such meeting because I think community is power. Two, we know that more than 80% of the budget goes to salary. There may be a way to tinker with that. Third, do some changes or modify some existing program to encourage better use of resources. We all make mistakes, but if we think carefully, we can see what to defund, freeze, or cut the budget will do to the Ottawa community in the future. Then it may be helpful for us to make the right decision. And if I do, I like to err on the side of good and success. Logic tells me that if we are going to maintain our safety in the way we would like it, then we must not listen to the type of suggestion that we expect to hear from speakers at Hyde Park Corner in London, England. We must maintain a strong police force, and we have a chief that is quite capable. And the chief is quite willing to sit down with us to make changes that will improve somewhat so program is necessary. such as the program dealing with mental disability. Before a decision is made to delete a program, the program should be fully evaluated, find why the program was first installed. That is why I think that the school board, what they did was wrong. The program was put in place to be modified later to meet the needs of the community, and no one should take credit for removing such program. Just think of inflation. Last year, a single liter of gas cost approximately 80 cents. Today, a similar liter of gas costs $1.35.9 cents. In April of this year, just 5 months ago, the board says categorically, I quote, "A defunding or cut to the police budget at this time is misdirected and unproductive in your view." A statement we all in total agreement with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Chief Slowly?
Chair, thanks for your indulgence. Chris, as I heard you talk about your work in 3 countries and 8 police chiefs here in Ottawa over 50 years, I have to say for the first time in a long time, you made me feel young. In all seriousness, I think we've seen some excellent reviews at the province, particularly as it relates to Solicitor General and oversight in policing. Probably the best one that I've ever seen was the work of Justice Michael Tulloch, some of which was implemented in the new Police Services Act. Much of it still remains to be implemented. But I would encourage you, this board, as I encourage other police leaders, in fact, to continue to review that document and other good reviews and implement those changes that can change the Police Act and give us more tools and powers, give the board more tools and powers to provide better police services to communities across this province. So your recommendation is very constructive, and we should be continuing to act on that. Your second 2 points, while I will not speak for the board chair or the board, but they relate to the actual recommendation that we put to the board for direction. I think they speak to both the spirit and the best practices embedded in zero-based budgeting. So again, I thank you for your helpful contributions here.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And thank you again, Chris, for being here. We'll move now to our next delegation. It's Andrea Friedman, who's the President and CEO of the Jewish Federation of Ottawa.
Thank you so much for having me with you here today. Let me just quickly give you an overview of Ottawa's Jewish community. So there's approximately 15,000 Jews who live in Ottawa, making it the 4th largest Jewish community in Canada. Here in Ottawa, we have several highly visible community institutions. We have a fairly well-known community campus located at Broadview and Carling, and 6 synagogues have buildings here. It's also an incredibly diverse community. So there are, in addition to Native Ottawans and Native Canadians, there are Holocaust survivors, immigrants from Russia, from Eastern Europe, from Africa, from Israel, and many other countries. And it is important to note that almost 9% of Ottawa's Jewish community live below the poverty line, according to Statistics Canada. Next slide, please. The biggest concern that we in Ottawa's Jewish community have is a dramatic rise in anti-Semitism. According to Statistics Canada, the Jewish community remains the most targeted community across Canada, and this holds true here in Ottawa as well. According to a 2020 report by B'nai B'rith Canada, there are 7 reported incidences of anti-Semitism each and every day in this country. And if we look at some more recent statistics, by the end of May of 2021, the number of anti-Semitic assaults in Canada in a 6-month period actually surpassed all of those of the previous year. Next slide, please. So actually, before I go to the next slide, there was another slide that I'd intended to show that just gives some examples of what anti-Semitism looks like in Canada and what community members are experiencing. So it pains me to tell you that it's not uncommon for leaders in the Jewish community and students at schools to receive posts on their social media that have variations of the same theme, that Hitler had it right, we wish Hitler were still with us so that we can burn all the Jews alive. This is the type of assaults, the type of verbal assaults that young people in businesses, and lots of others are experiencing. We've seen rallies on the streets of Ottawa that have swastikas. This is completely unacceptable. And it also just raises really deep fears of concern within Ottawa's Jewish community with regards to generational trauma. With most Ottawans just a generation removed from the Holocaust, seeing swastikas on the streets of Ottawa or having references made to Hitler had it right are deeply traumatizing. We also know that we've seen this in Europe and we've seen this in the US, that verbal threats tend to escalate at some point to extreme violence. And so that remains a concern. It's not just a concern for the Jewish community, but it's a concern for everyone, because we know from past experience that what starts with the Jews never ends with the Jews. It's sort of like we're the proverbial canary in the coal mine. Next slide, please. So I really wanted to make two comments in relationship to the budget. The first is to express deep appreciation and gratitude for the wonderful work of the Hate Crimes Unit. I think every at-risk community owes the Ottawa Police Services, and in particular the Hate Crimes Unit, a deep debt of gratitude for helping to keep our communities safe. Having just experienced the Jewish high holiday timeframe in our calendar, coordinating with the Ottawa Police Services to keep our community safe has been incredible. So this is the importance of the Hate Crimes Unit to the safety of our community cannot be overstated. The second has been a request that we've made of OPS quite repeatedly over the last number of years. It's one that, if done properly, should be revenue neutral, could potentially even bring some revenue into the department. And that's the opportunity to have the presence of paid duty police officers to protect all at-risk communities. We all know that security guards are not allowed to carry guns in our community, and so in our society. And so all of our security plans in the Jewish community are geared towards two things. One is deterrence, and two is to buy time for the police services to show up in case that the worst case scenario happens. The opportunity to have paid duty officers keeps everyone safer and makes at-risk communities feel safer. So that's my request for you, and I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for your presentation today and for being here to participate in the budget deliberations. I don't see any member of the board that has their hand up, so we'll go to Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Chair. Andrea, thank you for your presentation. It relates to my comments earlier on to the board around the rise in hate crimes at 25% year to date, and that is a national and global trend, unfortunately. You've reinforced those points in your own eloquent and emphatic way. Thank you. The Hate Crime Unit was an example, Chair and Board, of the community saying we want something more and better. That was an investment I made in my first year in office, and it's an investment that we'll continue to make because it is a continuing demand from the community. The question was asked by an earlier delegate, how do we know what the community wants? Well, there's a great example. Again, we'll continue the consultation, provide a full wrap-up of all of what we hear from the community, and provide that to the board for its considerations along with our submission. Last but not least, there's a specific request to review our pay duty policy. That is an action item for the command to review. And I promise that I'll get back to Andrea and other people similarly in the community, other different communities who have asked us to do the same thing. I can't promise what the outcome will be, but I promise we'll do our best to do a review. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you again, Andrea, for being here. We'll move now to our next delegation, Greg Thompson from MAD Ottawa. Greg, you're muted. Can you unmute?
Done. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Short time frame, so I'm going to jump right into it. Quick background on who we are. MAD Canada has been our nation's leading voice in impaired driving prevention for 40 years now. As mentioned, I'm Greg Thompson. I'm a 22-year volunteer locally here with MAD Ottawa and nationally with MAD Canada, which includes 11 years on their national board of directors and 3 as chair. My journey with MAD began in June of 1999 with the death of my son and 4 of his friends. I'm here to offer our perspective on the impact of funding as it relates to impaired driving. Road safety is a core function of policing, and therefore any reduction in funding would have a very real and direct consequence. A few key facts to help support. Impaired driving is Canada's #1 criminal cause of death, #1. And every hour, 10 people across this nation are charged with impaired driving. That adds up to slightly under 90,000 charges in a year in this country. Okay, most at risk is our youth, who represent 13% of our driving community, but sadly 34% of our deaths. Our biggest tool in a fight to end impaired driving comes in the form of deterrence, as this is a 100% preventable crime. Deterrence defined as a driver's perceived risk that they will be caught if they proceed to drive impaired. 2 of the primary deterrent activities in Ottawa are ride programs and Campaign 911. In Ottawa, ride programs, or check stops, are discretionary activities and not part of the regular daily enforcement agenda. Therefore, this key deterrent activity is extremely susceptible to resource constraints, both funds and staffing. It is, as a city of 1 million people, OPS averages only 35 ride programs per year, with a majority of those concentrated on key holiday seasons such as Christmas and Canada Day. The challenge here simply is impaired driving happens every day, so should the enforcement. The other primary deterrent is Campaign 911, which relies on the public to call 911 if they suspect an impaired driver. In 2020, 38% of all impaired driving charges were that were initiated by the public. 38%, that's an outstanding statistic, and we anticipate that this will continue to grow. But again, the risk here is very clear. The less member resources available when these calls come in, the greater the probability it will go unattended due to prioritization. Please understand, from our perspective, these are just bare minimums in safety enforcement. It's also yours and my responsibility to prepare for the future. In December of 2018, Bill C-46 came into law in this country, which included 2 key components in our mission to end impaired driving. Firstly, mandatory alcohol screening. Without elaborating too much, it gives all officers the right to demand a roadside test during any legal traffic stop. From MAD's perspective, mandatory alcohol screening, or MAS, represents the biggest leap forward in the battle on impaired driving in the past 50 years. It is the essence of deterrence. As the public becomes aware that anytime they are legally stopped for any reason, they can and will be tested for impairment. Implementation of mandatory alcohol screening is a huge undertaking and investment which includes ensuring that all police vehicles are equipped with screening devices and ensuring all members are fully trained. Secondly, in Bill C-46 was the initial framework for impairment by drugs on the heels of legalization of cannabis in October of 2018. Very candidly, we are all just at the beginning of understanding the impacts and the enforcement requirements of impairment by drugs. Again, this will require significant investments by OPS in training and education. These 2 strategies alone, mandatory alcohol screening and impairment by drug enforcement, are absolutely fundamental to our future in protecting our citizens. As the city continues to grow at an exponential rate and our roads get busier, the need for advanced, modernized enforcement is even more critical. In these crazy times of COVID and extreme pressure from public opinion on policing, it's easy to be critical. And quite frankly, no one is perfect. I feel compelled to share that, having directly worked with OPS for over 22 years, that this is an exceptional organization and fully committed to ensuring that our families are safe. Together, I believe we can create a much safer Ottawa. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for being here to participate. There is a question, Member Johnson.
More of a comment and a thank you, Greg, for all your work over these many years, both in Ottawa and nationally, and for providing such an informative presentation tonight to really update us on the importance of this work on alcohol and drug impaired driving. There's lots of work to be done, and I thank you for all of your work.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Chair. Greg, we haven't had a lot of time to interact. Just on a professional level, I want to thank you for Mad Ottawa's ongoing partnership with the Ottawa Police Service, particularly our traffic service members who take their job seriously, deadly seriously. Greg, I've only started to learn a little bit about your personal history, and just want to say condolences. I know it was a while ago that your son passed away in a terrible impaired-related accident, but you're one of those amazing people in this city that turns personal grief into something that's good for the majority. Through your work locally and nationally, I want to just recognize that. Chair, earlier on, I said one of the reasons why Ottawa is one of the safest major cities anywhere in the world is largely because the great police service supported by an even greater population who just tries to do good things every day as imperfectly as human beings are capable of. And I think Greg is a great example of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you again for being with us tonight, Greg. We'll move to our next delegation, who is Glenn Van Gulik from the Salvation Army.
Good evening. You can hear me? Wonderful.
Can you have 5 minutes? Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Chair Deans, Chief Slowly, board members. Thank you for this time. It's my pleasure to join you this evening in support of the 2022 Budget Directions and Timetable Report that was submitted by the Chief of Police to the board. I want to talk to you a bit about relationships, trust, and partnerships, because it's incredibly hard to build relationships and trust virtually. We've all had to do it. With individuals and communities, online meetings, phone calls, clicking the wave emoji on a Zoom call, it just doesn't cut it when it comes to relationships. Relationships and trust are built in person, over a coffee, on a park bench with a bottle of water, at a community board meeting, shaking a hand or an elbow bump these days, but spending time together, listening and sharing. And partnerships, well, these are built and based on both relationships and trust. The Ottawa Police Service is a deeply valued partner of the Salvation Army, and similar partnerships exist in over 400 communities across Canada where the Salvation Army serves, whether it's local police service, a provincial police service, or the RCMP. And this is not a partnership solely built for responses to calls for assistance, although those are needed. It's not a partnership solely built off of one-off needs in times of disaster or emergency, and those are needed. But this partnership is built on the relationships and trust between people that are present and engaged in community every day to create safe, positive, trusting, strong, resilient, and supportive communities. My experience with the Ottawa Police Service began when I was 18 years old. And no, it didn't start in a troubled way. This police officer was a member of our community church and a friend of the family who was just a few years older than I am. But over the years, I've been blessed by Paul whenever we've spent time together, as have so many others. And whether it was playing drums or guitar together in a band, going on a ride along on an overnight, very long, those ride alongs, or supporting community events and celebrations together with others. In every instance, Paul was investing in people, building relationships and connecting the community around him. The same is true for Dave, another Ottawa police officer, one with whom I grew up. He's an incredibly talented individual, uses his gifts of audio and stage production to support community events and organizations like the Salvation Army every year. And in fact, in just over a week, my daughter is marrying a fine young man whose father is a retired Ottawa police officer. And over the past few years, as we've spent time together, I've seen just how engaged and involved he's been and continues to be in the community. As a retired police officer, he still seems to know everyone and everyone seems to know him. And he understands relationships and invests time in them every day, even in his retirement. So why do I share that with you? Because police officers are part of the fabric in our communities. Ottawa police officers are engaged in the community, and like all of us here, are committed to making a profound and positive impact every day in the lives of those we all serve. As an organization, both in the downtown core and throughout the city in 5 different locations, the Salvation Army is invested in relationships with the communities and those to which we serve. We have a long-term care home on Wellington, a young parent family center on Woodruff, an emergency shelter with homeless services downtown, and we also have 2 churches located on Walkley Road and in Barrhaven. All of our locations have a strong relationship with community partners, including our local Ottawa police officers, providing us with their perspectives and experience to better help us in understanding the needs of the community and responding together as supportive and collaborative partners. Our frontline staff and caseworkers are supported by the Ottawa Police Service. Our street outreach teams are supported by the Ottawa Police Service. Those we serve who are experiencing homelessness and those we house and are providing wraparound supports are supported by the Ottawa Police Service. And so many others that we serve who may not be experiencing homelessness are supported by the Ottawa Police Service. And this includes seniors, youth, young families, women fleeing domestic violence, those living in poverty, those living with the challenges of addiction, and individuals or families who are experiencing emergencies and disasters, having lost everything to a fire, flood, or tornado. Fires this week, we've had 4 of them over the last week itself. I could share any number of stories where the Salvation Army and the Ottawa Police Service have worked together to serve the community, but I want to share with you a recent situation, specifically through their Victim Support Unit. The Ottawa Police Victim Support Unit contacted my office a couple of months ago asking for help in support of a woman and her child who had only days earlier escaped from an extremely dangerous domestic situation. And this woman and her child now found themselves safe, but without anything more than a small amount they could carry. When we asked what was needed, the officer shared that anything would help: clothing, some food, maybe some hygiene products, but I could tell that there was more on the list. And the officer confirmed that she just wasn't sure how far to go in her ask. And when I told her, just tell me what's on the list, she shared an air conditioner was needed for the young child who had trouble breathing in our humid summer, toys specific for a child who was blind and autistic, groceries, but for foods because of allergies and medical needs needed to be specific, something to communicate with and access other supports.
Well,
Resources.
Your time is up. If you could wrap up, please.
Sure. I just want to share, a few days later, we were able to, with the help of the Ottawa Police Service, provide all of the supports that were needed. And I share that story not because of something we've done, but something that we've done together as partnerships. You can count on the Salvation Army, and the Salvation Army knows that it can count on the Ottawa Police Service. I would ask that you'd maintain the appropriate funding to support OPS and allow them to continue serving the community in the way that their partners and broader community are depending on. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Are there any questions or comments? Chief Slowly?
Glenn, your example of digital platforms not being a great way to build relationships. Looking forward to meeting you in real life. Thank you for referencing the Victim Support Unit. It's one of the lesser known and more effective and impactful groups within this organization. I'm glad to see them getting a little bit of daylight from your comments. I will tell you, Chair and Board, many members of the Ottawa Police Service, many more than the ones that Glenn talked about, are very active leaders within the Salvation Army, as are many police officers across this country. They do it proudly because they see the value of that investment in the public, and it adds on to their commitment to public service through their chosen career in policing. Glenn, thank you very much for your comments today.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you again, Glenn, for being here tonight. We'll move on to our next speaker, Julia Hamer.
All right, hello everybody. On the 2022 police budget, I am here to remind the board that you've heard countless delegations, consultations, and presentations about how the current police budget is actively taking money away from desperately needed social services. The story we just heard sounded like the police were required to help this family acquire a bunch of things, air conditioners and household things, And that's not the job of the police. We have other people who can do that. Every letter that we read about the police responding to mental health calls because there is nobody else to do it is an indictment of this budget and the priorities of the city. Priorities that every person on this board is accountable for. Every argument that gun violence is increasing, such as that the chief made today, is a confession that the police cannot actually keep people safe and that the already enormous budget is not helping. Rather than requiring police to catch drunk drivers, we could be funding programs that offer people safe rides, like many other cities do with programs like Operation Red Nose. Police are not stopping crime, violence, or distress, and the money that they receive means that community supports and services that are already doing that work and want to be doing that work even more are left with nothing. I know that the board knows this. We talk about it all the time. Diane, you say that the board is proposing a zero budget, but that you will require a detailed explanation of any additional funding beyond the 0% required to ensure the provision of adequate and effective policing in the city of Ottawa in 2022. What does this mean? What is the board's definition of adequate and effective policing? Is it different than OPS's definition of adequate and effective policing? It's definitely different than my definition of adequate and effective policing. Because what we've seen year after year is that budget increases have not led to more adequate and effective policing. I'd like to echo the delegates here who raised concerns about the budget consultation process. The online survey is poorly constructed, and while I did not attend a single in-person consultation session, I've understood that it was equally poorly constructed. Dan, I hear you say that you understand that these consultations are not good enough and that you are working on it. But it is irresponsible for that to be true while you're also going to commit to a budget that involves evaluating what is necessary and effective policing. Further, in the ongoing consultations that happen in these board meetings, the knowledge and experiences of delegates is constantly dismissed and mocked. This has happened today, where multiple delegates who consistently give their time and knowledge to this board were gaslit, called liars, and had their knowledge dismissed as wrong when it was not. We've said time and time again that this is violent and abusive, particularly because delegates are unable to respond to these allegations, given the format of these meetings. A final question that I have related to the budget has to do with what I gather is the incomplete OPS vaccination policy. Despite the province, the city, and schools all having already created and implemented vaccination policies to protect vulnerable members of our communities, the police have not done so, and so this question is a forward-looking question. If OPS were to implement a policy that was concerned about the safety of people and required officers to be vaccinated, what would happen to the officers who refused? Would they be placed on leave, and would that be unpaid leave, or, like so many of the officers who are on leave, would it be paid? How would this expense factor into this 0+ budget? Does the 2022 budget include room to pay the salaries of officers who claim to care about safety but refuse to take basic public health seriously? That is a question that I hope that the board is going to seriously consider, and its implications in this budget strategy where everything is an add-on. What we are asking for you to do here is to defund the police. In this case, board members, we need you to commit to a hard 0% increase with no additional funding, no matter how convincing or coercive the police can be about needing it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Julie, for your input tonight. On your comment about the adequate and effective policing, that is wording taken out of the provincial legislation. That is what the board is required to do. We will inform what we believe to be adequate and effective policing in the city of Ottawa based on our consultations and our work with community groups across this city. We have received a lot of consultation. I would just encourage all communities and all members of our city to participate in the budget consultation. And as I said before, this is a new process for us. We're trying to be much more inclusive, and we're trying to hear from the voices of different people throughout our entire community. We want to hear it all. And then we will synthesize what we have heard and ultimately make a decision about what we think the budget ask should be in 2022 based on all of that input from our community. And that's what the board has committed to do. That's what we will continue to do. So thank you very much for being here and for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you again. We will move to Farnaz Farhan.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Farnaz. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to first address a pretty disturbing intervention that happened earlier and ask for the board to look into whether or not it's appropriate for police members to address public delegates when they are here to delegate to you as a civilian body. As per the Ottawa Police website, a conducted energy weapon, CEWs, commonly referred to as tasers, are one of several less than lethal use of force options available to Ottawa police officers. And I hope that once you get to item number 6 of your agenda, that you vote against purchasing these. I echo what was shared earlier regarding the budget consultations. It seems that time and time again, particularly during budget deliberations, the Ottawa Police will use any narrative to reframe discussions on very real safety priorities and concerns in efforts to increase their access to funds and resources. Last year, they framed a lot of their need for an increase around mental health crisis response, despite community members asking for alternatives and for them to stay out of that process, as well as the expansion of the neighborhood resource teams and pushing this idea of community policing, again, something that myself and others have highlighted as harmful. Now, almost a year later, there isn't much to show for how last year's increase directly contributed to the material well-being and safety of community members. And without zero-based budgeting, we can't really know where exactly that money is going. In a community session that the NRT members had, their leaders stated that one of the things they do is to refer people to social services and framed it as like they were at the mercy of social services. But someone raised a concern that most of those services have long wait lists because of underfunding and a lack of capacity. And that seems to be a trend where police are filling in roles that are not inherent to their role as police and then get commended for it, rather than the conversation being about why those services and capacity aren't regularly available. An example of this is the city statistics, where last year's paramedics got to level 0 400 times in 1 year, which is when they didn't have a single ambulance and paramedic transport crew available. And that is based on statistics from the city. So for the people who want to talk about the lack of emergency responses available when they call, like for when they call people who, like, you need emergency services, you should start there. I think there's a lot of people grappling with this idea of getting police out of communities, and it's important to note that it's not a call to abandon community members who are in need of services, but to expand them while being mindful about the method that is being used. Now, I know traffic concerns have been brought up a lot, and I wanted to bring to your attention a study that was done in BC last year where they used police cutouts as a low-cost deterrent for speeding, and it showed to be working, along with traffic calming devices like speed bumps and speed humps and like the big screen things that show you what your speed is. So that's worth looking into if you are considering actual alternatives and you're concerned about speed enforcement. Another thing I did want to address was the idea that was brought up in consultations of the OPS doing a youth strategy. A counselor on this board wrote a piece that said that she wanted police to serve as a deterrent for teens who are up to no good. This is essentially advocating for the criminalization of youth, which means it's further bringing youth in closer proximity with the law enforcement. And that serves as a barrier and impedes their ability to succeed in life, and it has permanent impacts on their life. There's a lack of understanding about how violence is often a result of the perpetual under-resourcing and instability that's created by decision makers in this city. So as leaders, you have to work on understanding what the impact of roots of institutional violence mean, because you need that knowledge to help you as a tool to decipher the ways in which your policy, budget directions, and decision-making is actually denying supports for people and pushing people into situations of violence. I know that some board members have made this point about how not everybody in the city is demanding that police be defunded, but that point kind of falls flat because we know that there are many people who speak from their experiences of being white or upper middle class, business owners who may love the idea of having police be there. They may benefit from them, as many do from systems of oppression. Many people have a stake in upholding those systems, but they do so at the expense of the safety, security, and well-being of other people. As I've said before, in many ways, it's convenient for them to have their violence outsourced, but it's not an interruption of violence the way some people perceive that it is. So of course, you're not going to find a universal agreement on this topic, particularly when you center those experiences. Therefore, people have been organizing, protesting, speaking out, and why we're even having this conversation today. That seems to be continuously undermined by a board that has claimed to be listening and learning about experiences and ideas that they would otherwise not be exposed to. So when we are talking about making changes, it makes sense to center and amplify calls that would benefit the people most harmed and most likely to be harmed, not the people comfortable with their police partnerships. I'd like to think that this is a basic understanding when members of the police board—
As your time's up, if you could wrap up.
Sure. So I'd like to think that this is a basic understanding when members of the police board voted in their commitment to addressing oppressive systems. With that, you just need to understand how colonial systems of oppression and relationships of power, including your own, function. And if you have that lens in mind, then when you are trying to create those changes, you will inevitably create systems that work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation here tonight. Chief Slowly, I wondered if you wanted to clarify the comment you made earlier on CEWs.
Yeah, Chair, CEW's conducted energy weapons are a functional description of the tool. Tasers belongs to a particular organization. The difference would be facial tissues versus Kleenex. More importantly, the description provided by the early delegation was that CEWs are designed to electrify people. That is false. They are not.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Just one comment from me. Farnaz, you had asked about the chief's participation in the board meetings. It is the discretion of the board to have members of the service participate in our board meetings. And for me as the chair of the board, I believe that the chief's participation is important. It brings important context to the conversation. And so we encourage him to participate. So thank you very much for being here. We'll move now to Inez Hillel from Vivek Research.
Hi, can you hear me?
Just barely. Can you speak a little louder or turn your microphone up a little bit?
Yeah, is this better?
Yeah, way better. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, I'm going to begin my delegation by asking, this is directly to the chief, what are tasers designed to do? We'd love to know. But as for what I plan to speak about the budget, last meeting, I was asked to acknowledge that not everybody is calling for a reduction or freeze in the police budget. Today, I'm asking this board to consider who is calling for an increase in policing and why. So I'm going to go back to the basics and reiterate a point that's been made many times in these meetings. Preventing crime and interrupting crime in process are not the same. So not speeding and putting others at risk with reckless driving is not the same as getting a ticket for speeding. Not having the synagogue you attend be defaced with anti-Semitic images is not the same as a police investigation after your synagogue has been defaced. Not being abused by a partner is not the same as the police helping you move after years of abuse. And not having your possessions stolen from your car is not the same as an OPS officer taking a statement after the fact. In that same vein, having access to clean drugs is not the same as OPS carrying naloxone. Having access to safe housing is not the same as an OPS officer showing up at Shepherds of Good Hope. And having adequate support during a mental health crisis is not the same as a team of armed and uniformed officers aggressively apprehending you and bringing you to the hospital against your will. Police do not prevent crime. They show up after the fact, or at best, while a crime is in progress. Often, they show up when no crime at all has occurred. By their own statistics, in 2019, only 1% of their calls for service were coded as Priority 1 calls. As we know, the current OPS budget stands at $376 million, of which $332 comes from the city. However, today, a curious number of individuals have come to this meeting to speak against freezing the budget, citing several varied concerns. I think it's worth mentioning that no one who's calling for a freeze in the police budget is also calling for austerity measures following that freeze. We're not asking the city to spend less money. We're asking the city to spend the money wisely. So a few examples of what could be done with $13 million. For one, $13 million could provide a crisis response team in Ottawa with 104 employees and 3 24-hour drop-in locations. It could also increase shelter capacity by 650 beds. For $13 million, 584 people could be housed for a year following a housing first model. Or the city could operate 4 24/7 safe consumption sites with auxiliary care for a year. Those are services that prevent crime. They reduce the likelihood that crime occurs. Just like safe road design prevents speeding, legalized drugs reduces the role of organized crime and drug toxicity. Poverty alleviation measures reduce financially motivated crimes such as theft. Improved healthcare reduces crises. Youth services reduce street-level violence, and advocacy and solidarity in dismantling white supremacy reduce hate crimes. But we cannot have those things if 10% of the city budget is being funneled into a service that does nothing to protect us and everything to victimize us. A freeze in the police budget does not mean they disappear overnight. It just means we can start investing in crime prevention. A freeze should in no way jeopardize investigative services or traffic enforcement when we know how much the OPS wastes on dry cleaning, lunch, and tasers. The OPS and this board are gaslighting us when they threaten to fire officers and raise concerns in the community that we don't have the existing infrastructure to respond in situations when crime still occurs. In the words of Chief Slowly, a thoroughly modernized police service could operate with fewer officers without compromising public safety. We can drop ourselves by several hundred police officers, which represents tens of millions of dollars. This was said in reference to the Toronto Police Service, but is applicable today in Ottawa. I do, however, disagree with one of his points. We do not need a modernized police service. We do not need police, but we do need honesty from this force. They need to acknowledge that a freeze in the police budget will have absolutely no impact on their capacity. Look at it this way. It's not a question of defunding the police. This is us actively trying to stop the police from defunding us and freeze the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inez, for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you again. We will move to Mark Monahan, Executive Director of Ottawa Blues Fest.
Thank you, folks, for having me. And I wanted to just make some comments tonight. I think that could help in looking at the police budget. And I will try to be brief. I know 5 minutes is not a long time. But so one of the things I want to talk tonight about is really the issue of paid duty. And I want to talk about potentially an idea that could save money for the police services budget. I'm sure many of you know about paid duty, but paid duty is is officers that the events would employ when we do our events. So this would apply to Blues Fest or the Ottawa Red Blacks, but also right down the line also applies to the high school dance at Lisgar Collegiate. So I think the challenge is that when paid duty was invented, the community was different and the needs may have been different. And I believe that it's outdated currently. And I think there should be review of the approach to paid duty. And just to clarify, what I want to mention is what happens with paid duty is that it's a requirement often by either the AGCO or the community to have paid duty police officers at the event. And the role of paid duty at an event sometimes is related to traffic management, but often is related to alcohol-related plans and management. I think if I can use our example, over the last 10 or 15 years, Blues Fest has been required by the AGCO to develop an alcohol management program that really requires the use of many, many private security people. And this is something we developed over time. But to give you an example, on a busy night at Blues Fest, we might have 10 or 12 officers and probably over 100 paid private security who are in the management of alcohol issues, which could be checking IDs to checking bags to following people around, making sure that they're not passing off alcohol and these sorts of things. And really the police officers are there to manage issues that may be required by regular police officers. And I guess our feeling is that the role of OPS or the paid duty is to mitigate the impact that our event might have on regular police services. So just like in the pandemic, a lot of the pandemic response was based on trying to minimize the impact of healthcare system. The role of paid duty and the payment for those services should be in an effort to mitigate the impact our event or others may cause on regular police services. And I feel that's a fair way to look at it. And I think the other thing I'd like to bring up is the fact that the cost of these services now has grown exponentially. So in the last report, I believe, on last year's police services budget, it was noted that there was a shortfall in some revenue because the lack of events and the lack of paid duty. Because during pandemic, obviously, there was no Blues Fest and others. And I think this sort of showed us that, there is an impact on the police services budget to paid duty. And I think most events are on the understanding that this is really just cost recovery. But for example, a constable to events are charged out at little over $100 an hour. And the constable receives about $72 an hour of that. So it's paid at time and a half. And then there's an admin charge that goes, I'm assuming, to the police services budget of 20 to 25%. So there is a revenue for it. And I think that given the impact of these events in other areas, give it economic impact, tourism, etc., that the event should not be a revenue source for the police services budget. And many of the things—
Mark, your time is up. So if you could wrap up, that'd be great.
Sure. So I mean, my recommendation is that if these things were outsourced, I think there's a certain requirement for OPS, but many of these services could be outsourced and be more economical to all the events, and also would be less of a strain on the police services budget and could be more productive to the community. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark, for that input. Seeing no board members that have a question, we'll go to Chief Slowly.
Chair, thank you, Mark. Appreciate the insights. And someday I'll enjoy a full blues fest at some point when things return to normal. Like the early delegation that talked about pay duties from the Jewish community, a commitment that the command and I will review our pay duty policy, as well as look at some of the ideas that you've shared and others on the same topic. So thank you very much for the information provided.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief Slowly, and thank you again, Mark, for your input tonight. We appreciate it. We will move now to Sam Hirsch.
Can you hear me?
We can, Sam. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess just before I begin, as a Jew living in Ottawa, I feel a bit compelled to speak to Andrea Freeman's comments, the CEO of the Jewish Federation of Ottawa, before around this particular item. So it's still germane to the general topic. And I thought about all my Indigenous and racialized friends who have been brutalized by the police in this city and other cities. And the safety of Jewish community members needs to be predicated on the safety and security of our friends and allies in the BIPOC communities. And that means standing in solidarity with them when they're faced with violence from the Ottawa police, not asking for more police or paid duty officers. To my fellow Jews, or to Andrea, whoever's listening, I say that, police historically and right now are not our friends. They will not stop anti-Semitism or right-wing extremism. And in fact, traditionally, they have upheld it. The only thing that will stop that is solidarity and care for one another in our own communities. I ask Andrea Freeman and the rest of the executive of the Jewish Federation of Ottawa to rethink their budget ask and think about how that negatively affects other communities and their own, quite frankly, or our own, I should say. I first want to recognize, that we would not even be here today discussing the very possibility of a freeze if it weren't for the constant and perseverant activism of some of those here this evening and those who have come out and spoken their truth at these meetings in the past year and a half. Our community is a much better place because of all of you for having come meeting after meeting, going through unnecessary emotional labor to educate the members of this board. If this budget results in a freeze, and it should, it's because of all of you and no one else. We're here today, as I mentioned, to discuss the possibility of a freeze, and it's frustrating that it still remains only a possibility. Let me remind those on this board today that what was promised was looking at either a freeze or a reduction originally. The fact that we aren't even considering a reduction at this stage is deplorable, quite frankly, but we know that the time for a reduction will come soon. Despite the countless promises made by this board to listen and the quite literally hundreds of hours of public delegations speaking out against a freeze, it seems that this board is still opening the door to an increase in the police budget if there's a sufficient explanation for it. My question is, what constitutes a sufficient explanation? Is it the claim by the Ottawa Police Services that requests have gone up? Because we know that isn't sufficient. We know that through months of these meetings, that people only call the police because there's no one else to call. The other day, a friend of mine was out at a bar and witnessed another patron calling the police on an unhoused man who was having a breakdown. We know that if there were other services available, that this likely would not have happened. And hearing someone else speak about someone with mental health issues and them having to call the police, we know that if there were other services available, like a mobile crisis unit, they wouldn't have to call the police. So I don't buy that excuse for raising the police budget. Why is the explanation from the police for more money more sufficient or worthy than the pleas and explanations from delegates arguing for a freeze or money to be reallocated to other services? Are you saying that the hundreds of true stories that we've heard from racialized folks about them being brutalized by police are less sufficient reasons than the police needing more CWs, or commonly known as tasers, Chief Slowly? Are you saying that folks with addiction issues going to jail rather than getting treatment is less worthy of consideration to your decision-making than the inflationary costs of the police department? Or are you saying that starving social services like violence against women's shelters that you all seem to care about so much are less worthy or sufficient than police needing a new $80 million police station? Because if you approve this bogus request eventually from the police, this is exactly what you're saying. I know that Chief Slowly and the OPS will try and convince you all to raise this budget, like he's doing so tonight, and we've heard through this report, and that not doing so will result in a city riddled with crime and violence, and that the police services will fall apart because they aren't getting just a fraction's worth of cuts. But as Robin Brown, delegate before, said, they survived from a freeze in the past, and they could probably do so again. This board should not give in to those words from the police or any other officer or Chief Slowly. You can know comfortably that there is community support behind a freeze, not an increase of any kind. There is community support behind a freeze, as we've seen. Increases for inflation is a poor and weak excuse for more money. I'm asking you, as we have for the past year and a half, do the right thing, listen to the community you are representatives of, stand up for for us, for the community, not for the Ottawa Police Headquarters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Are there any questions for this delegation or comments? Robert?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sam, for your delegation. All of us have been here for many months, listening to all sides of this issue. I just want to ask you a question, Sam. Have you approached other departments other than the police with regards to looking for funding for the community programs that you talk about? Excuse me.
Do you mean have I spoken with other community service providers?
No, I guess I'm trying to. What I'm trying to ask you is that you talk about not having any other options for people to call other than the police, and you want to create these options, which I think is a great idea. Mm-hmm. I'm just curious: have you talked to any other departments, or talked to the province, or looked for money from other city council budget items to fund these other programs that you talk about? Or you're only looking for money from the police budget?
I mean, so what are you saying, that we should cut other departments so that we can fund social services? I mean, that sounds what you're suggesting.
It's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. I'm just wondering, are you only looking to take money away from the police services budget to fund those programs that you think are essential? So I'm just saying, have you looked otherwise? Have you talked to the province? Have you talked to the federal government? Have you talked to, I'm just wondering if you're just looking only at the police services budget. Are you looking anywhere else?
Yeah, no, I understand the question. Thanks for asking it. I mean, sure, the city could go to the province for more money, or the federal government for money, and the city has gone for housing money, etc. But what is true, very true here, is that we don't need to, and this is what we have done through other things. I think that some of you have read, like the alternative municipal budget that we put out with other groups, is that for a lot of these things, we don't actually need to go to the federal government or the provincial government to get money for things. We have sufficient amount of money in this budget. The police don't need $376 million. We can take some of that money and invest it into other services. And a lot of, and like as other delegates have said, the police do a lot of stuff that they don't need to do, and Chief Soley has admitted that several times too, that they don't want to be involved in these services things. So why don't they just take those resources and give them to social services? I don't see what's the issue with that.
Well, I think, in fairness to the chief, like he has said that there's some services that the police shouldn't be doing. However, it is falling in their laps right now, and he's looking for a responsible way to move away from those services. But until then, the police have to do it. But I guess my original question is, have you talked to the federal government for the programs that you want to introduce that will help, and then that can show that we don't need the police services as much as we do, as they say they do?
I mean,
have you applied to any other programs? What I'm asking.
What I would say is that I don't think that we need to go to other levels of government. I think that we have a sufficient amount of money at the municipal level. We have over $3.5 billion in our coffers that we can spend on other programs. There are a lot of things that we don't need to go to the feds and the province for, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I believe that money could be available. I'm not sure if it's available right now. If we're able to transition the police away from certain responsibilities, the money could come available. But in the meantime, right now, have you tried to get funding from another government department, whether it's municipal,
first of
provincial,
all,
or federal.
Yeah, I think the premise of what you're saying is sort of wrong, because I don't think that we need to go to other levels of government to get money for some things. I think that it's a question about political will, not about going to other levels of government. I mean, I think it's, well, a lot of city councils do this. They blame other levels of government for weak policy at the municipal level. I don't think that we need to go to other levels of government to fund housing. We have $376 million that we're spending on the police, but $15 million that we're spending on building new affordable housing. I mean, that's a result of policy choices, not a result of having no money. I mean, if we took away that $13.5 million in the police budget and put it towards more affordable housing. I mean, why are the police making so much more money than we are spending the city share on affordable housing? We can definitely spend more money on that.
And I think we're both looking for the same outcome. I'm just trying to think, how do we get there? You know,
right.
And with having a transition. I think the chief has been clear about trying to transition certain services.
I mean, I don't
until
think that he
then,
has.
What do we do now?
Okay, we're starting to get into a back and forth.
Sorry.
So I think I'm going to have to cut that off.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam, for the discussion. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank
we'll
you.
talk another time.
Councillor Meehan.
Thanks, Sam. Sam, we've listened to the arguments and the presentations from your organization and others. What we heard tonight were some very, very well-established and very people who are advocating for many areas in the city. And as a councillor for a suburban area where people are crying for more police, and I know it's happening in many communities. I mean, I've had issues on the weekends and at night, and trying to get an officer. We're so understaffed, and I hate to use the term police to population. Like, we are a growing city. I mean, we're growing crazily, and we just don't have the police to answer the calls in some of these communities. And the residents where I represent are dismayed and are disgruntled and unhappy that I tell them that the police officers in the south end of the city have this wide area to look after, and they just have to wait sometimes. So I'm wondering, what do you think I should be telling them? Because their voices are just as legitimate as your voices. They're paying.
I'm not saying that they're not.
No, but so help me understand how I can message this, that we want to defund or cut the police budget when we can't even address the services that we require right now. So help me do that.
Well, first of all, I mean, speaking to me as if I don't know really what folks in the suburbs are facing. I grew up in the suburbs, not here in Ottawa, but I know what it's like to live in the suburb, first of all.
And you should be able to tell me easily, right?
For sure, yeah. And I grew up, and what I would say to that, Councillor Meehan, is that I think I think we had we actually had this discussion, I think, like a long time ago, probably a year and a half ago, one of the first times that I spoke at a police services board meeting. I think that a lot of folks are asking for the police because they don't have anyone, again, and I've said this already, because there's no one else to call.
Tell me who they can call. If we don't have the police, who in a community, like, everybody's working, everybody's exhausted.
Well, let's take that money that the police continuously ask for in a raise and move that towards a mobile crisis unit, which we can do right now.
Okay, tell me what a mobile crisis unit would be when we have people being attacked in a community. Like, what would that look like?
I mean, look, I'm not Vivek Research has done extensive reporting on this. They presented that exact same thing to this board a couple of months ago. So I invite you to go look at that presentation and see what a mobile crisis looks like, something that we can establish in the city next year or in a couple of years. It's something that a lot of cities have already done.
So they're taking the police out of these areas and other places and have a mobile crisis unit.
Yeah.
But we fund
other cities have done it.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how that would fly, but thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I invite the City of Ottawa should lead on things like this. I don't think we should have a reactionary police force. I think we should actually have preventative measures as opposed to reactionary ones, and that would probably do a better job of stopping crime. That's what I would respond to those residents.
It would be a tough call in some circumstances. Sam, I had 2 shootings this weekend in my ward, same house with many bullets flying. And I can tell you that when communities see that, they feel that they need a police response. So, you know, food for thought. Like,
I understand that, and it's up to you as councillors to lead the way on things like that, and to not say we need more, because having more police is harmful. And we've heard of a lot of delegates, hundreds of delegates who came here last year and speaking to that exact sentiment.
I think we're very interested in centering policing in community safety and well-being, and we've all spoken about upstream costs, but I think that we have to recognize that there are circumstances when people see bullets flying in their neighborhoods that they want to see police presence. Anyway, Member Norman.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Sam, for your delegation. I have just a brief comment. What Sam has said, he said that listen to the community, but I just want to remind him that the community, we as a board, we have to listen to all delegations, whether they are for the freeze, they are for the reducing, or for the policing. So I believe it is a fair statement to say that as a board, we have to listen to all, not to the one-sided. For example, what I have been listening as a small business owner from the members of the community, faith leaders, they have concerns about the growing shootings, killings, cybercrime. There is no fraud unit in that. So those are the issues we have to deal as a wholesome picture. So of course, and everybody, and on the balance of probability, everybody, as per the Charter of Rights and Freedom, have a right to say and come forward. So that is my comment, Chair.
Am I allowed to respond to that or no?
Quickly, Sam.
No, I just think you say that you have to represent everyone, but I do think you are doing exactly what you are accusing us of, and focusing on one side rather than several others. But I appreciate. Thank you for the comment.
That is your observation. Thank you.
Member Smallwood.
Thank you. And actually, it's not a question for Sam. It was more one I wanted to make a comment on a couple of things, and then a question for you, Chair. As far as the comment, there was a talk about the mobile crisis unit, and I know I've sat in on many discussions and reviews of mobile crisis units, in particular the one in Eugene, Oregon. And I listened to the presentations from Whitebird and the presentations from the chief of police in Eugene, Oregon. And the chief is very supportive of the work of the mobile crisis unit there. And in fact, the chief wants to expand it. But according to the chief's statistics, the diversion rate for the mobile crisis unit is between 6 and 8%. Whitebird is, and this is after 30 years, Whitebird is suggesting a greater diversion rate of upwards of 20%. But I think in either case, what we're looking at is 80% of the calls are still going to the police. So even if we were to introduce a mobile crisis unit immediately, the best we could be hoping for, because Eugene, Oregon's had 30 years of experience, but the best we could be hoping for is probably starting off with a 5 or 10% diversion rate. So I think we have to be practical. It's something we're all wanting to see. It's something we're all in favor of, but I think we have to temper our enthusiasm, and that even unless there's some other examples that I'm not familiar of, even the best examples that are held up there are still going to leave somewhere upwards of 80% of the calls going to the Ottawa Police Service. So that's one comment. And I'm completely supportive of the idea of a mobile crisis unit, completely supportive of it. The other thing Robert had mentioned about asking if there had been any attempt to find funding from other sources, and the response to that has been, in many cases, there's enough money in the Ottawa Police budget. We should just, the Ottawa Police Services Board should direct that money to those services that need it. So my question for the chair, I believe I know the answer, but I think it's worth asking the chair to clarify, if we as a board were to say, we want you, we're going to take $10 million less, there'll be $10 million less coming in. Chair, do we have the ability to direct what would happen to that money to get the city to spend that money on some other service? Or is it possible that that money that gets saved from this goes into the general funds of the Ottawa City Council, Ottawa City, and gets spent whatever priorities the city councillors who have spoken loudly on the police budget, whatever the city councillors decide, where they decide that money should go? Chair?
So just as city councillors can't direct the police services board on where we allocate funds, the police services board can conversely not direct city council on where they allocate funds. We can suggest, as chair of the board, I can certainly suggest upstream funding in areas such as housing, poverty reduction, all of those things, mental health services, but we can't direct city council. City council, sitting as a committee of the whole, will make those decisions as a group.
Thank you, Chair. And I know you have advocated for those increased upstream expenditures. So thank you.
And so has the chief. I mean, we both recognize that upstream funding is extremely important in the long run, centering all that we do in community safety and well-being and making more resources available. But the resources, to someone's point earlier, the resources that are needed to properly fund a lot of those services and organizations that are doing work in the community are significant. So I would encourage members of the public to get involved in the community safety and well-being plan consultations and input, because we believe that ultimately changing how we're delivering services starts with community safety and well-being. So thank you very much. And Sam, thank you for being here tonight. And we'll move to May Mason.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, May. You have 5 minutes.
The last time I spoke about the budget was in January, and slowly said to me, quote, "We can all make very simplistic assumptions. $1 into a police pocket is $1 out of somebody else's pocket. Sort of divide the pie analogy, as opposed to expand the pie, or even better, get more out of the pie on the plate instead of wasting it," end quote. I like this pie analogy. However, I do find get more out of the pie instead of wasting it a pretty ironic statement coming from someone who represents an institution who's greedily expanded their own slice by 30% since 2013. Funny enough, despite this drastic increase, the number of police per 100K residents has steadily declined in the past decade, so less cops, but more pie. According to the written submissions from Octiva, quote, "Community agencies received only 24.2 million a year. This represents less than 7% of the total police budget and just 0.64% of the city's overall budget," end quote. Honestly, calling my opinion simplistic sounds more like an attempt to discredit the perspective that OPS is hoarding pie than anything else. Additional to what Inez mentioned earlier, 13 million could provide a rent supplement of $550 a month to 22,000 people, or provide 88,000 hours of counseling to those seeking care, or hire 315 peer support workers. With all this information at hand, it is clear that the police keep getting more money while poverty, mental illness, and housing crises, the underpinnings of crime, continue to mount regardless. The waste that we see at the table is within the inefficient and violently reactive Ottawa police, which carries me to my next quote from the same meeting, where slowly said to me, quote, "May struggles to understand why it's so hard to navigate the system. It's so hard to get the services they need. It's so costly, and with their understanding of where the money flows, it doesn't seem to make sense. I understand that frustration and confusion." I want to make it clear, what is hard about navigating the system actually goes beyond funding. Yes, bloated police budgets prioritize punitive responses over preventative care, but even our preventative care options, from overdose to housing and other social crises, are enmeshed with OPS. In my life, I saw and suffered the consequences of this reality when my high school was taught rape culture by a school resource officer in an official assembly, and my guidance counselors, teachers, and admin were all required to tell the cops about intimate violence, which removed space for many students, including myself, to feel comfortable saying "me too." When my therapist told me they must call the cops if I disclose I will hurt myself, complicating how I can seek care. When I called a witness check,
is asking if
when I called a wellness check on my mother, who threatened to kill herself if I left the house, but I did it anyways because I couldn't stand her violence any longer, and a cop responded. A cop who proceeded to call me and tell me I was being a little brat and needed to come home to take care of my mother. I'm not confused how it works. It works to show up once there's already a conflict and disappear its inconveniences, not understand conflict or transform it from its roots. It's a system that relies on controlling people instead of empowering them with social, financial, or emotional capital or agency to end violences of poverty, racism, and other oppressions within their community, how they see fit. And that is the essence of the failure within everything OPS touches, including this budget and its consultations. You are invested in deciding what is best for us and what is valuable, instead of actually listening and prioritizing us and our voices. It is clear that there are people, whole communities, who need options besides the police, beyond the police, to address violence. But with the police budget and their demands and their oversaturation and continuously growing saturation within existing social responses, there is nothing for these people. So let me be clear, when someone disagrees with you or presents ideas that do not conform to your desires, that doesn't mean they are confused. Within the same response I shared earlier, Slowly said that his reply to me was a demonstration of listening skills, which is where my confusion actually did set in. A confusion that was repeated today when Slowly said that this weapon is not a taser, not meant to incapacitate someone with electricity. It was repeated when Meehan earlier this month took up too much space in my breakout room. This is about supremacy. It's not about demonstrating listening skills. How could a group of you telling myself and other members of the public that you know our experience is better than we do a demonstration of listening? Lastly, I want to ask you all, how much does it cost for fuzzy police stories? The lives of Anthony Oust, Greg Ritchie, Abdirahman Abdi? What do the countless traumas of the students outlined in OCDSB's review of your SRO program cost in that regard? Why do the handfuls of commendation letters get highlighted in monthly meetings while 57% of public complaints are essentially thrown out? Continuing to prioritize those who benefit from policing over those who are harmed from policing is a function of business as usual. And to say those who are harmed by cops is just the price we pay to keep suburban residents happy is white supremacy. Just like the phrase thin blue line, which none of you disrupted. Listening with an equity lens means freezing the 2022 budget like promised last year.
Thank you, May. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we will go to Megan Potas. Megan, you're muted.
Hi there.
Hi.
So my name's Megan, and I'm joining as a concerned community member regarding the proposed police budget increase. So I have already filled out your public survey, and I attended the consultation meeting 2 weeks ago, and I feel the same way as many others have already expressed. The board's community consultations so far have been shallow, uncensored, utterly biased, and most importantly, not trauma-informed. Like others, I was especially frustrated with the one or the other predetermined priority activity. And ultimately, when the pair of options to choose from either focus on youth or community responses to mental health, I abandoned the survey completely and waited for this closed door consultation to continue. I want to urge the board not to use the data collected from the extremely flawed consultation activities to say that you need a police budget increase to implement your, again, predetermined priorities. You do not need a police budget increase to detask responding to mental health emergencies from the police. As others have already stated, while the board says these priorities were based on community consultations, none included anything about detasking or defunding. None of the priorities, included defunding or detasking. I'm calling for the board to unconditionally freeze the 2022 police budget without an obvious loophole for them to ask for more funding. I'm also calling on the board to add to their list of community consulted priorities, detask and defund. I vehemently support the recommendations within the 613-819 Black Hub Noir and Vivek Research report on police-free responses to mental health emergencies. Community-based responses to mental health emergencies will save lives, and I want to respond to some of the comments made by one of my fellow delegates regarding witnessing a long police response time to a mental health emergency. This does not suggest we need more police to respond. It means that social policy is failing people with mental health issues and that they need more and that they need help before they find themselves in danger. Police simply respond to problems. They are unable to solve them. I acknowledge the chair's comment about engaging with a guidance council or something about how to get this done. And I want to emphasize that community-based response to mental health means just that. Not a social worker with an armed police officer accompanying them, not ununiformed members of the police force, but grassroots trauma-informed community responses. And I have just two questions for the board. Are your consultations with the Guidance Council going to be made public if they aren't already? And if so, when? And my second question is a follow-up from the public consultation meeting. The board gave a presentation to the participants before the consultation period and presented a strange statistic regarding crime severity. The participants asked for follow-up information about how the police and Statistics Canada determine what is considered severe crime. And I'm wondering, is this information available yet? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Are there any questions or comments for the board or from the board to the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move along to Laura Shantz.
Hi there. Can everyone hear me?
We can, Laura. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Excellent. Hey, my name is Laura Shantz. I'm here to talk to you about the budget. I spoke here this summer about the various elements of your budget consultation plan, and I was hoping this evening under this agenda item to hear an update on how things were going. Seeing none, I will offer remarks on what I've heard this evening and on the consultations in which I have been able to take part. I was not able to attend the OPS budget meeting earlier this month. Of note, not everyone can make it to a consultation session on a weeknight. Lots of us have to work evenings like I did that night. Additional sessions would offer a higher likelihood of being able to meet people where they're at, though these consultations must be conducted in a way that facilitates participation in a safe space in order to make them worthwhile. I have completed the OPS online budget survey and would encourage everyone else to do the same. In taking that survey, I did note that there were some holes and omissions. There are some questions that do not have proper benchmarks. There are others that are focusing on perceptions of crime, which we know is a muddy and inaccurate measure at best. And on other questions, we're forced into Likert scales that do not fit well with the nature of the question. Some of them are quite clunky, and different survey tools would have been much more helpful. I just want to note that we live in a city with an enormous amount of expertise on criminology and specifically on survey design and development, whether within or without out of criminology. We live in a province with plenty of expertise in this area too, should you find the two large universities in town to not be able to offer some help in survey design should you need it. I would strongly encourage you to reach out to experts out there in the formation of surveys to ensure instruments are highly accurate, and reliable. I asked back in July if, and I will ask again here, if we will receive a detailed roll-up of survey results with information disaggregated based on age, sex, race, contact with police, physical ability, and other attributes on which you are gathering information. I really hope the answer to that question is yes. I've said it here before, I know, but all of the calls we are hearing that police are not adequately funded are often demands for our behavior or conditions seen in our community to stop. We want people to stop driving drunk. We want people to stop hurting their intimate partners, or we want better mental health care supports, and to stop having social services underfunded. And those are things that most of us here agree on. Nobody here is saying that they want people to feel unsafe, and nobody is arguing either that the system as it is working for everyone. But while we need more funding in this city for affordable housing, addictions and mental health supports, a safe drug supply, improved ambulance procedures and emergency health services to keep us away from level 0, and a wider range of community support services, we are instead left with funding what is required in legislation, that is police. Because yes, provincial legislation requires you to deliver police services, even though you, me, and the people here know that police aren't always the best tool for the job. So based on that, my second question, is why this board is not lobbying the provincial and federal governments as appropriate for policy change. Thank you for writing about the need to fire police who break the rules. Credit where it's due. That was a good step. I thank you for taking it. I would like to see you also writing and lobbying for policy change that allows for better mental health supports, that mandates deeply affordable housing in every new housing development, for legislative change to give everyone a safe drug supply, for changes to the provincial ombudsman process in order to better address complaints about police actions. I recognize that you're in a difficult position in some ways. I choose to believe that you have empathy for the many people who come here in pain, hurting. I choose to believe that you have empathy for people who come here with visions of a better tomorrow and ideas about how to make it happen. So while we have this discussion about funding, we're having the same discussion we had last year. Let's also work on these upstream measures. Let's also work on changing the system as it is. I write my MPP, but I'm just one citizen. I'm going to tell you, you have a lot more power than I do here, and we need you on the same page too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura, for your input tonight and your constructive comments. Appreciate it. And I agree, we all need to do more and we all need to work on those upstream issues. And I'm certainly committed to doing that. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you again for being here, Laura. Just going back to one of Megan's questions, I have now confirmed that the OPS can provide additional information regarding the crime severity index. So we'll make sure that that is done. Moving on then to our last delegation, it's Andrea Poncia, I think from Somerset West. And if Andrea wasn't available, she had asked that Sean Meager do the delegation. So I'm not sure if it's Andrea or Sean. Are either of you on the call?
Hello.
Hello. You have
Hi.
5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. And thanks for the introduction, Nancy, Diane. I am from Somerset West Community Health Center. So today, the deputation, I'm here to speak about to encourage the Ottawa Police Services Board to put forward a 0% increase in funding for the 2022 Police Services operating budget by moving to new models of community safety that aren't as dependent on ever-increasing expenditures on policing. Several community health and resource centers in Ottawa have been working together to conduct research to help map out the road to that change, based on clear evidence that there are more effective and more cost-effective ways of responding to community issues in our city. In developing the report, we had the opportunity to interview over 50 social services to get a sense of our community's capacity to respond to crises. We've analyzed OPS data and strategies applied in other jurisdictions, as well as looked at the specific context in place in Ottawa. And we found that there is indeed a great capacity for non-police responses here in our city, whether that be through existing services that could be scaled up to better respond to community crises immediately, or through an expanded network of less formal, more grassroots services that could be supported to play a larger role in promoting community safety. There are clearly less expensive and more effective ways than ongoing increases to the cost of policing. The reality is that the City of Ottawa has consistently invested more and more in the OPS. The police budget rose almost $50 million from 2015 to 2019, roughly 240% the rate of inflation. That funding model has included sending police to matters that are not criminal nor an immediate threat to safety. In fact, the rate of criminal, dangerous, or violent incidents among the calls to that OPS responds to is very low. And, you know, so that's like to the extent of like less than 43% of calls to police that police attended to were severe enough to justify police taking any report. And only 1 in 6 calls that police attended involved an actual criminal code violation. Only 1 in 60 was a call involving a crime in progress or a potential physical danger. There's little justification in most of these situations for consistently sending staff who are armed or experienced in addressing violent situations. Police are regularly sent at a great expense to address situations for which they're not best prepared or best trained. This can and often does lead to less positive outcomes. And it happens despite the fact that there are many people in Ottawa skilled and trained at addressing exactly those kinds of crises who are not funded as well, but could, if properly resourced, be sent to when those problems occur and could produce better outcomes. So these are local service providers that provide crisis-oriented responses. There are vans, street help workers on foot, and they file dozens of calls a day. They have to turn away others. More funding is needed to get more vans on the road, more workers on the street to intervene in crises so that police don't have to go. There are other services like them in the city that provide urgent interventions and conflict management. They help transport people to appropriate drop-ins and they connect people to housing first. So sending police as the first line of response in these situations is unnecessary, often unhelpful and expensive. We have youth outreach workers who are embedded in local communities and have strong connections and trust with the youth who've had negative impacts with negative relationships with institutions. And they're effective at reaching out, spotting problems, recognizing emergent issues, and connecting with youth facing challenges and supporting them in successful client-centered ways. All of this is more effective than engaging with police that can lead to charges, courts, and prisons that prevent youth from thriving and are strongly correlated with worse long-term outcomes. So these are just some of the examples. There's considerable room to do less policing, and in these cases and in others, focus more on providing much needed care to these vulnerable populations. Our research, to be published shortly, will map out dozens of examples of investments that offset the need for more and more policing, and instead offer ways to move to a model where we send the right person to each situation to produce the best outcome at a lower cost to the taxpayer. So one thing that we really want to stress is that funding and expansion of Black-led, Indigenous-led organizations and organizations led by racialized groups, grassroots and community-led groups should be a priority in correcting the imbalances in the safety system. So we encourage the Ottawa Police Services Board to adapt this model going forward. Let's curb police spending and move those investments to programs that are best equipped, best trained, and best positioned to deliver the best responses to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, for your constructive comments. We appreciate your input. I would encourage you to make sure that you make your views known to the city manager as well, who is leading some of the upstream change that we're hoping to see. So I hope you will share those comments through the budget process and beyond. Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Chair. Andrea, thank you. I was actually provided a copy of the report you referenced. It is excellent, and I got a lot of good value from it, and I appreciate the effort that you and others put into it. What I would say is I agree with it. Maybe it's an emphasis, but I think it's actually in your report that there are a multitude of services not equally spread across the city, which is the largest municipality in North America and the largest municipality in Canada, the second largest in North America. So there are a lot of services. They are hyper concentrated in the downtown core. Many of them, while providing a massive social safety net, again, are time bound. They're not available on a 24/7 basis nor on a 365 basis. So you and I would agree completely that there are lots of opportunities, particularly in the downtown core, particularly during the day and evening hours, for a significant amount of transfer of demand from the police over the course of a period of time for that transfer to be done effectively, safely, for that to actually have an impact. I go back, however, to comments earlier made by Sandy Smallwood, research that is as extensive, if not more, than the research that you've done. There is no model out there where the police do not have a role at all. The best example is in Eugene, Oregon, with the Whitebird Clinic. It's 3 decades old, and even then it's only been able to absorb a small percentage of calls, and at maximum, from the community perspective, they think they can get up to 20%. So there is no 100% solution, and it takes time. As a previous delegate said, although he would He thinks he disagrees with me. I actually think he agrees with what you've put forward and what I've put forward. Let's do this. Let's do this together. Let's take the time necessary with urgency behind it to transition as much as we can away from police to the social services sector. That will include the transfer of resources. But simply suggesting that at the end of this year's fiscal budget and into next year's, that entire transfer can happen seamlessly across a city the size and complexity of the nation's capital here in Ottawa with 1 million people is just not doable in a safe way. So we are completely committed to a constructive effort through the city, the community safety wellbeing plan, informed and effective partners like yourself, excellent research like I think you've produced. It may be a draft copy, but even if it's a draft, it's a very good copy. There's a roadmap there that we can follow, but it's a road that we have to travel on together, and it'll take time, not decades, but it'll take a couple of years to put it all together. Let's get some pilot projects going. Let's work together. Let's evaluate with a third party. But demanding a defunding, abolishing an instant transfer of money where that capability just won't be met across a city on a 24/7 basis, 365 basis, could actually put more people at jeopardy than could actually help. So you have a willing partner in us. You've got great research. We've got great research. All we're saying is let's get together and do this. Let's do this well for everybody concerned.
Okay, thank you, Chief, and thank you, Andrea, for your input tonight. We appreciate you being here. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, that ends the public delegations. We are now considering the report to request formal confirmation of the Ottawa Police Services Board direction that the Ottawa Police Service prepares a draft budget that assumes a 0% increase at its base with a detailed explanation of any additional funding beyond the 0% required to ensure the provision of adequate and effective policing in the City of Ottawa in 2022, provides a detailed option plan for investments in 2022 and beyond that will lead to the optimal allocation of current resources to match workload and the effective engagement of community assets to share response to specific service demands. The option plan will include investments required to achieve the board's strategic priorities, as well as to continue the implementation of the OPS multi-year plan for organizational and cultural change, and to continues to work with the board's finance and audit committee, the FAC's working group, and the board's consulting firm Strategy Crew in the development of the draft 2022 budget. We'll take questions and comments, starting with Member Nerman.
Thank you, Chair Deans. So, Chief, I have a two-part question. As a follow-up to a question I asked previously on the budget around the critical aspects of service delivery that are not being funded or are underfunded currently. My concerns are especially in the guns and gang units as it impacts the safety of residents of Ottawa in view of the recent shootings. Another important concern is cybercrime and fraud units, many of which you are obligated to deliver through legislation or at the direction of the board. Any budget requests you might make in the coming weeks, which may be 0, 2, or even 4% increase, needs to deliver value for money and improve community safety and well-being for all of our residents. And more importantly, it needs to be ensured that these values are not compromised. So, Chief, I am hoping you can provide us with an update as to what are you hearing from the community consultants, specifically, what do people want the police to do less or more, and how your internal budget discussions are going on in order to meet these obligations without compromising the health and safety of our residents.
Thank you, Member Nerman. I think it's been said a couple of times, so I appreciate there's a great urgency on the board and certainly from the delegations and quite frankly from people across the city to know what the final recommendations are going to be. But, the board has rightfully set out an unprecedented length of time and intensity of effort around community consultation. While you've heard about substantive updates, the meetings with councillors, the town hall meeting that we did virtually on Zoom, the ongoing surveying, we're now moving into focus groups, particularly those coming from demographic and geographic parts of the city that don't really get a regular opportunity to get input. We're still in the early days, and I think it would not be right for me to start to foreshadow where we're going and what we're hearing. Let's do our best to stick to the full consultation process, which will significantly inform our final set of recommendations to the board for your consideration, and then you'll have another opportunity based on the overall design of your consultation process to seek further input from the community. What we do commit to is a full reporting of all of what we got from the consultations and how they informed our zero-based, well, what we're requesting as a zero-based budget bill. That'll be the board's decision to make this evening. I will try to answer some of what you've asked. Small and medium-sized business owners are the #1 employers across the country and right here in the nation's capital. They are disproportionately impacted by frauds, and through COVID, the rise of cyber-enabled frauds is a trend globally and locally. And so that is a demand on the police service. More importantly, it's a demand on the victims of those crimes to be properly serviced and supported. We've had another violent weekend with a number of gun calls, and in fact, as we're talking right now, there's another call happening in a part of the city where we have confirmed shots fired and shell casings in a residential area that our officers are responding to right now. Those are the realities. We're not making that up. That's just simply the realities. So out of all that, plus the need to better integrate our services, detask ourselves from tasks that we shouldn't have been doing decades ago and can be better done in partnership with or exclusively with other agencies, we're committed to all those things. I just ask your patience and the board's patience to let us conclude the consultation, roll that information up into recommendations and present all of that, the consultation, the recommendations to the board at its meeting at the end of October for you to complete your very important work in this process.
Thank you, Chief. Fair enough. Well taken. Now I have my second and the last question to you. Chief, there is a legitimate public concern about the cost of policing in this community and the perception that the police budget is often at the expense of other community and social needs. Could you please outline the changes you have already made over the past year? And are these changes meaningful changes? And if so, are these sustainable changes?
Thank you, Member Nerman. If I understand the question, if we're going to improve policing as well as potentially flatten the curve of policing, then the changes we've started to make, I believe, are the early stages of that reformation, transformation, modernization. You can choose your own word, but I think they all lead to better services, better value for those services, for the monies placed in it, better integration of those services with other agencies, as we've heard from many delegations tonight and previous nights. So for instance, we have started to move reactive resources that were focused mainly on suppression and investigation and transition them into proactive preventative resources like our neighborhood resource teams. We converted almost 100% of our pivot unit, which is a suppression enforcement unit, into one of our NRT teams. I know some members of the public have expressed that they don't like those NRTs, but many more have expressed that they do want them. What they do, though, is they create the mechanism around which underserved, traditionally over-policed communities have a mechanism where police officers can take referrals that shouldn't be police calls and actually have partnerships that are accountable to transition those referrals over for the services to be supplied. Without that transition, we won't be able to see the level of referrals and the effectiveness of those referrals. So that's an example of transitioning downstream resources into upstream to set us up for several years of transition away from police calls into better referrals to other agencies or joint problem-solving projects within those neighborhoods. The creation of the Respect, Values, and Inclusion Directorate, which is headed up by Superintendent Granger, is designed to address the overall changes of the culture of the organization. Many of the costs that our officers and members experience are the costs of working in a tough culture. And we've heard that internally. Many years before I arrived here, the board's priorities reflect that, addressing member health and wellness, and the creation of the Respect, Values, and Inclusion Unit led by Superintendent Granger, supported by many internal experts, and increasingly hiring experts from the outside are helping us to change that culture in a meaningful way. It's helping us to recruit a more diverse organization, secure them and make them feel healthy and safe, allow them to bring their best selves to the organization and provide better value for the money being paid for their salary and benefits. Again, those are investments that are paying off for us now. We need to sustain those investments. We need to grow those investments, and we need to integrate them better within the larger civil society. And those are all the things you've heard. I shouldn't say, those are many of the things you've heard from many of the delegations here today, and you've heard that from me and my command team repeatedly. So yes, we have made substantive changes. They're setting us up for future success. They will need more investments, and we're going to have to make some tough calls as to where they come from. They're largely coming from our own redistribution of resources internally. They may come from, depending on the outcome of the final submission, from other external agencies, and we're seeking funding and supports from all three levels of government, and we're actively building new and better partnerships with our partners to make that happen on the most expedited basis that we possibly can, while still safely transitioning from the old model into a new and better model. Again, I hope that answers to some degree what you're seeking to get from me today.
Yes, Chief. Just one final comment, just building on your last answer. And I believe it is not operational, and you are able to answer that. You in your response, you just said that the pivot, which was I believe was an intelligence arm for the guns and gang, you have scrapped that and converted those resources to the NRT. Am I correct? I understood correctly?
That's correct.
So if you have done that, don't you think it will be affecting the other areas? And again, I'm issuing a caveat. If it is operational issues, you need not answer, because I'm not sure whether I am crossing my line or not.
No, you're not crossing the line. If you're asking me about specific operations, that would be crossing the line. I would happily give you a friendly caution. A general operational question is something entirely within the purview of the board to ask. So thank you. And with the chair's indulgence, I'll provide a brief example. So we didn't just transition pivot into NRT. While we're doing that, we're also overhauling our complete approach to intelligence-led policing, gang management strategies. We're creating new partnerships through organizations like CPO. We've heard earlier on a very excellent presentation from the Boys and Girls Club of Ottawa. We're expanding our diversion program for youth. So if we simply moved resources from downstream to upstream, while that would be a positive and constructive move on its own, it would not be enough. So we're looking at a complete change in how we do intelligence-led policing. We've presented that to the board in the past. We're looking at changes around how we partner with other agencies, Crime Prevention Ottawa, Boys and Girls Club, for example. There are many more partnerships, micro partnerships like with the Somali mothers in Bayshore Ritchie, to help us to actually get ahead of some of the violence that we're seeing, to divert young people from dangerous activities into healthier activities, to create better relationships which allow us to get better information, to again do more prevention, and when, not if, but when victimization happens, to solve those crimes more quickly and effectively and divert as many of those crimes out of the justice system as possible. Again, that's a multi-year effort. It's not a simple move on the chessboard. It requires many, many moves and many partners to make that truly sustainable and effective going forward.
Thank you, Chief. Thanks, Chair. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Just want to remind the board members, because everyone has their hand up now, that what we're considering tonight is the budget direction, asking the service to build the budget at zero-based and moving in that direction. This is not an overall discussion of the budget tonight. We still haven't heard all of the public consultation, and we're still going through that process, and there'll be lots of time for that later. So just ask you to direct your questions to what we're considering tonight, which is the budget directions. Member Sweda.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief. I did have several questions to ask, but after the Chair focused us, I just have one question right now for the Chief. Chief, is it ever possible that at the end of this zero-based budget process, that the OPS will recommend a budget less than zero or greater than 3%?
Thank you, Member Sweda. If we apply what I understand to be an evidence-based approach to zero-based budgeting, both of those possibilities are realistic. Again, we're going to rely on a lot of great help we've already been getting from Strategy Core, which is the board's consulting firm, members of which are very experienced and experts in zero-based budgeting. They will support our CFO, Cyril Rogers, our CAO, Deputy Chief Bell, to accomplish just that. To a degree, we have already extensively applied zero-based budgeting historically in our budgeting process, but not in the classic sense. And so we're going to get that extra help, and we're going to commit ourselves to doing that. Again, I don't want to presume the vote by the board here, but assuming that a recommendation for a zero-based budgeting approach is approved, we will instantly move in that direction. It could result in less than 0%, a reduction further than 0%. It could result in more than 0%. But again, we've got to let the process be approved, then be applied, and be informed by the community consultation process that's going along with it.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Swader. Member Meehan.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, in general terms, if we go, the budget direction is for 0%. If the budget comes in at 0%, just tell me, generally speaking, how will that affect the number of officers on the street?
Sorry, Member Meehan, if I could I'll repeat the question just to make sure I got it. Are you asking me if, for whatever reason, the budget ends up coming in at 0%, what would be the impact of officers?
Yeah.
Okay, again, I just refer you to the July 27th board meeting when we presented the three options.
Yeah, I know.
In there are outlines as best as we can right now without a consultation process having been concluded. We outlined some of the areas that would be problematic. There would be an estimated reduction in the range of, I think, 120 to 130 officers, assuming that we can't mitigate that any further by other cost-cutting measures and reallocations of resources, partnerships that we're still forming right now that could take some of that load off of us when we didn't have that in place back in July. But at the end of the day, we're still looking at a major reduction in the actual employees in the organization. We will have to redeploy as much as we can from downstream, more costly areas of service to upstream, but there will be gaps in service delivery. There will be problems no matter which direction we go in. We'll try to articulate those as best as possible so that, again, the board can be in the most informed position to make very difficult decisions that ultimately you'll have to make on the final budget.
I just wanted you to reiterate that. Also, the capital doesn't have a cybercrime unit, and cybercrime is on the rise. I mean, and the bad guys are finding more and more ways to scam our residents. How would you characterize this in the city? You know, if we had an unlimited budget, is the cybercrime unit something you would put in?
The short answer is yes. I don't have an unlimited budget, so I suspect I won't have to hold too closely to that. What I will say is, you know, I had the honor and pleasure of the business case for and the ultimate creation of what was called a cybercrime unit in Toronto. I was one of the early advocates in North America for advancing cyber-related capabilities in policing. We've already entered the fourth industrial revolution. Cybercrime is not just frauds. Cybercrime is actually every crime where there's a cyber element involved in it, and that's virtually every single crime. And so, you know, this is a capability that any modern police service of any size needs to have. We have a limited capability without having a standalone unit. Again, that would be an area of serious consideration for investment. Small and medium-sized business owners, as I talked about before, but this goes to moms and dads who have children who are potentially victimized by school-related bullying, almost all of which these days has transitioned onto digital platforms. This relates to a lot of the domestic violence that we're seeing now, which is actually being carried out online as much and more so than it used to be in the bedrooms behind the closed doors of homes. And we've seen an increase of that, particularly because of COVID, particularly because we've been relegated to our homes and driven online. So these are all realities. Again, I don't want to be accused of, and I know some will, of fear-mongering, but this is the reality. Even with us transitioning demand away from us from places that we shouldn't have been, we still have unmet demand in areas that we should be in. And we have to balance that out against almost an unrelenting set of demands on the police service with very limited resources. Even in the best case scenario, we're not going to be able to provide all the things that all the people want all the time.
Okay, I think you spelled that out, what it means. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Member Mann. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. And before I mention what I was going to talk about, I sort of echo Councillor Meehan's, questions about the importance of cybercrime and dealing with that in Ottawa. So I think that's a very important area to be considered in the 2022 budget. As we're in this current wave of the pandemic, and with our Ontario Chief Public Health Officer saying that we may have a difficult fall and winter, as many areas may, and I hope that's not the case, I would think that we should prudently plan in the 2022 budget the cost needs specific to the pandemic, such as PPE and the additional cleaning supplies. So I wondered if you could speak to that budget issue, Chief.
Thank you, Bev. I'm going to call on Steve Bell and Cyril Rogers to provide those details for you. I don't have them at my fingertips. Steve, are you able to provide that?
Yeah, I'm going to pass this one on to Cyril. So Cyril.
Can you? Okay, perfect. Yes, yes, Member Johnson. Yes, we are currently going through reviewing all the pandemic-related costs, specifically PPE, cleaning costs for facilities, cleaning costs for our fleet, vehicles, etc. And we will be having that in the budget line in our budget this year. In 2021 and 2020, there was some upper level funding passed down from the federal and provincial level that flowed through the service. But the plan going into 2022, there will be no additional funding coming. So we will be planning for incremental costs in our 2022 budget. So again, another risk area that we need to consider as we plan that budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Member King.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the in-depth discussion on this item today. It's of great interest to me, and because of that, I do have a question for the Chief. Zero-based budgeting centers, as we know, around the principle that every dollar in a budget should be categorized. So the direction before us tonight will work to categorize all projected expenses in the budget and their impact. This, as far as I know, is a first for our jurisdiction during the public budget process. So I'm just wondering if the Chief can tell us if this approach has been used in other municipalities, either within Ontario or throughout Canada or the United States, North America, and within their own public budget processes. And if so, what learning can we derive from their experience as we undertake this process?
Thank you, Councillor King. While we've used a version of zero-based budgeting here in the Ottawa Police Service, and I've seen that sort of, I don't know if hybrid is the right word, maybe a not quite classic approach to zero-based budgeting. I have seen examples of that in the policing and public sector. What I would actually recommend, maybe to get a better answer, is Strategy Corps themselves, with their team of experts, many of whom have implemented zero-based budgets in large public sector organizations in difficult time periods, fiscal time periods, social change time periods. That organization that you've hired is probably the best place to go to answer that question. In my time in private sector with Deloitte, I came across private sector organizations, public sector organizations, some within the justice sector that again applied zero-based principles, if not a classic model. But I don't have enough personal expertise and direct knowledge on specific companies to provide best practices to the board. But you have within Strategy Corps exactly that capability to answer that question with great confidence.
Well, thank you for that, and I will take that up with the consultant. I was just curious, out of your numerous years of experience, whether you've seen this type of system applied in a public budgeting process, because we know that it does exist within organizations, but it does seem innovative to me in terms of being able to demonstrate to the public the impacts in terms of expenditure. So thank you, Chair, for letting me ask the question.
And Councillor, sorry, if I could just, I would say again, it's a recommendation we're making. It's a direction we hope that we'll receive. I think there's great opportunity here for the Ottawa Police Service to actually be able to literally and figuratively sharpen the pencil in a way we've never done before. We're actually excited. I don't want to speak specifically for the CAO, but I think we're all excited that we're going to actually improve our overall financial management accounting skills, be better able to demonstrate value to the board and through the board to the public. I think there are other police agencies very closely looking at what we're doing here. And I've already been receiving inquiries about what we're doing, how we're going to do it, so that other police chiefs could potentially replicate all of some of what we're doing. This is important. It's groundbreaking. It's going to be difficult, and we don't necessarily have very mature muscles to do this, but we're fully committed to it. That's why we've asked for that direction to come from the board.
Well, I appreciate that. Once again, I was scouring some of the literature, and I haven't been able to find a direct example in Canada of this happening. So I just wanted to know if this was an innovation. I feel it is a very powerful one that is combined with an elongated public consultation process on the budget. I think that that will add transparency to the process and will allow more sunshine in and more public input. So once again, I thank you for the hard work, and I'm looking forward to supporting this direction.
Thank you, Member King. I have two quick questions. The first one is, the report mentions the 3-year forecast that was included in the 2021 budget. For 2022, it was 3.6%. I'm wondering, was this forecast inclusive of the 30 new hires, and did those 30 new hires happen?
Thank you, Chair. I'll pass this over to the CEO, Deputy Bell, to answer, please.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Chair Dean. So last year's forecast did include the 30 growth hires that would be included in 2020, were intended to be included in 2022 and put into that 3.6% growth number. That is something that will be considered if we do receive this direction today. That will be something that will be considered, whether we stick to that growth hiring plan or how we adjust any sort of forecasting moving ahead.
Okay, thank you. And Chief, this question's to you. I'm not necessarily looking for an answer tonight, just something I would like you to consider and perhaps answer later for the benefit of the board. I'm wondering what you expect to be the impact of the community safety and well-being plan, and when the service reasonably expects to see a reduction of crime and costs as a result of the community safety and well-being plan.
Sure, thank you. I will expound on that within the budget submission, but I think it's an important point you raised, and I'll maybe just state the obvious, because you and I spend a lot of time discussing this, and we spent a lot of time on these board meetings discussing it. The legislation that provides policing, Police Service Act here in Ontario, now requires community safety and well-being to be the central component around which what used to be called public safety, now community safety and well-being, is achieved in every jurisdiction. It makes a very clear transition that the organization or entity that prioritizes what should go into that plan, decides what resources should go into that, does the implementation, the evaluation, is no longer the police of jurisdiction. It now transitions to the city itself. So it's groundbreaking in two ways, and I think it often gets missed in these discussions. It requires us to work further upstream than we've ever done historically. Any police organization in Canada, I actually believe any police organization in the world, there's no other legislation in the world that requires by law the police to be far more proactive, interactive, and preventative than what we have here. The second thing is it takes the power out of the police to determine how to do that. So I will contribute to it, but I cannot design it and lead it myself. And that's what I think we're really asking the community to get their heads and their hearts and their arms around. This is a unique opportunity to actually take over the business of policing in the city and lead it while we support it, contribute to it and support it. But I can't determine what the end state of that implementation is because I don't actually control the mechanism to drive it forward. Otherwise, it would undermine the legislation itself. And I know that's a tricky concept to get the head around. I'd love to tell you that if it was up to me, I would have a plan in 6 months, it would be implemented in 12 months and continuously evaluated thereafter. I don't actually have the legislative authority to do that. So I rely on the City of Ottawa, its team of general managers, councillors, and leaders like yourself to enable that to happen. And I will bring my full team and my full self to support that. And through that process, we can together start to really map when we're going to see a transition of demand and a transition of resources that fund those demands. Until then, it really is out of my hands, but I fully support the direction that the legislation requires us to move in.
Thank you, and so do I. And I think that we need to the extent possible, put some urgency behind that. I just want to talk about the budget direction before we wrap up. And that is, just remind the community and the board members that City Council's direction was 3% across the board to all boards and agencies and departments in the city. I, at the time, said I thought that was a lazy approach, and I do. I don't think every service across the corporation needs 3%, especially unquestioned 3%. And I want to thank the service, and I want to thank our Strategy Core, our consultants, for helping us get here. And I want to thank especially the members of the FAC that have been working hard behind the scenes on finding a new process, and one that I think is more accountable and more transparent to the public moving forward. I think this is the right thing to do. I think a zero-based budgeting exercise is a best practice. I think if there is to be more money expended in 2022, that it should be fully justified, and the board should understand the rationale, as should the community. So I really think this is a great recommendation. I think it's what we should be doing. And I would just recommend to the board members that we carry this recommendation. So on the recommendation, is that carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving then to item 6, life cycle management. Oh,
I dissented.
Oh, member Meehan dissented. Okay, thank you. Item 6, life cycle management purchase conducted energy weapons. Member Smallwood.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just had a question on that. I know that in our discussions with the working group and the FAC, we had been talking about with the team about every possible savings being looked at, and the reports that came back indicated that that everything that could be cut or had been looked at. And so I just wanted to understand how this expenditure is still proceeding, particularly in view of the fact that I know that in the past, these replacement units, we donated them to other police services in Ontario, and they were quite eager to receive them. So I'm just wondering if we looked at the possibility, since it would appear, based on the fact other services are happy to use them, that there is a continued service life in them, if the idea of deferring this might be logical, given the budget pressures, and particularly in light of the fact that the reports that came forward to the working group were the reports that we've been looking at have included personnel cuts. So it would seem to me that if we were going to cut something or defer something or delay something, this would be the obvious thing. But as I said, I just would be interested to know what the discussions and how this was dealt with, because it wasn't part of our discussions. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smallwood. Again, I'm going to turn to the CAO, Deputy Chief Bell, to begin the response, and that I'll have some concluding comments myself.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I'm pretty quickly going to turn over to Mark Patterson. Thank you for the question, Member Smallwood. I'll take you back to 2016 and 2018 when we actually laid out the plan to integrate CEWs into the organization. Both plans approved by the board and implemented over a number of years. As we come up to now, 2021, we get into the life cycle management of these devices. So the devices by the manufacturer are identified as having a 5-year effective life to them. So in that, we're reaching the 5-year plan, and what you have in front of you is a plan to replace 200 units based on that 5-year life cycle. So that's what you're being asked to consider the purchase for that. And that's based on what's been identified by manufacturers as usable, serviceable life of the devices. So I'm going to turn over to Mark Patterson to top up anything else he may have to add.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Vice Chair Smallwood, for the question. I think Deputy Chief Bell answered the most of it. I think you had a question in relation to the donations of tasers, CEWs that we give to other organizations. Steve alluded to the fact that there's a 5-year warranty on these products. The manufacturer does not recommend utilizing them after 5 years. There's a liability aspect associated with that. And from a risk management perspective, we've never gone above the 5 years. If we were going to explore that, which I'm not a proponent of, then the option would be is to get an independent person to come in and do a scientific study of this to make sure that there's no concerns from a warranty aspect and liability aspect if we move forward without using them or extending them past the 5 years.
So, Superintendent Patterson and Steve, thank you. Vice Chair, I think additional emphasis on the question is, did we consider this as a deferral cost until after the budget submission? And again, I'm going to have to seek an answer. If we don't have one tonight, we'll come back. There may be a challenge before deferring, because if some or all of these parts of the equipment will time out in terms of whether or not they're any more safe for us to use, and that may be a challenge. If there's an ability for us to defer some or more of this, we will. But I'll just ask the CAO and the superintendent to reflect on that portion of the question.
So the challenge with that is we've used the principle around a 5-year usable life on the tasers. With the 960 tasers that we have, 200 of them are now up for renewal based on that 5-year life cycle. So if we did extend it, we would go beyond the recommended usage of the actual equipment. And then we would have to take some out of service, which would mean that we would have less usable units on the street to be used. So the challenge with it is, if we don't approve this now or in the near future, we'll have to go down by 200 units on the street that are used. And we have the studies, we have the research, we have the endorsement from the board to use this as a tool moving ahead. So to decrease it would decrease our ability to utilize that effective tool.
Okay.
So Chair, before we move on, I'd like to respond to some of that. I was involved with the original deployment of these tasers, conducted energy weapons. And one of the concerns I had raised at the time was that I was hoping that the board would be presented with independent verification, because the basis on which we originally agreed to the deployment of the tasers was the understanding that it would lead to a reduction in the use of more lethal force. And that was certainly a good rationale, I believed, and why I supported them. But I think it would be helpful for the board to see that there's been an identifiable, this is a multi-million-dollar program. And I think it's really important, if we're spending this many millions of dollars, that we are convinced that it is actually doing what it was set up to do in the first place. And I'm not in any way suggesting it isn't. I just think it's really important with this kind of expenditure that we see it. The other thing is that I would assume, because I spoke to the chair of the board that accepted these conducted energy weapons, that they were very pleased to get them and felt that there was no issues with warranty or continued use of them. So I'm interested to hear that it sounds like you have serious concerns, because they are actively being used by other services who provide and seem to be very happy with them. So I guess it could be looked into further, but it just struck me as being a way of, if we're really looking at every possible avenue for savings, that this would be something at the minimum we could defer. But
in any event, at that, I'll turn it over to the other members. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Smallwood. Before I go to Member Johnson, Mark, did you want to add something?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Deans. A couple of points to kind of highlight what DC Bell was saying, Sandy. If we don't go through this process of approving these for evergreening aspects, we are running the risk of within Q3 of 2022 of not having enough tasers for our members because of the aspect of the warranties. We can certainly explore that, but just that's a risk that we would assume. The other aspect is, and you just spoke about this, of the effectiveness of the CWs that we utilize. We all know it is a very good, less lethal use of force option for our frontline members to use, not just frontline, but our sworn members to use overall. I can give you some kind of high-level stats. In 2020, we had at 118 occasions where our members demonstrated the CEW and then got compliance, and then 75 incidents where the CEW is utilized and compliance was received. So far, year to date, we've got 65 occurrences where our members have demonstrated the CEW with compliance, and then 56 times where the incidents have been dealt with the CEW with full compliance. I also want to share, Chair Deans, there's been some commentary, some concerns, a lot of misinformation, disinformation in relation to our CEWs. I strongly encourage those people that are listening to this call and have questions or concerns about CEWs to be directed to our OPS website, which actually speaks to it, speaks to the reasons why we've got CEWs, the consultation plan, and the actual purpose for them. And I'm also willing to take on some questions and concerns from the members of the public. If they have to, they can email me or reach out to me to quell some of the rumors that are, like I said, misinformation or disinformation.
Thank you. We'll go to Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mark and Deputy Chief and Chief for all that information so far on it. Just in follow-up to the questions that Vice Chair Smallwood was asking about, I mean, I wonder what, say, the other police boards in the Big 12, for say, that we're kind of have some connection with are doing with if any of them are using them beyond their warranty. So that would be something to try to find out to give us a bit of perspective on what other boards are doing in Ontario. The second thing I wanted to mention is we're conducting a use of force review as part of, I think, the board and the policy and governance committee's work. And I'm not sure how soon we'll do that or when that will be ready, but could that potentially impact the number of uses and use of these CEWs? You talked about actually using them 75 or I think 65 times so far this year. So I just wondered if that factored into these numbers and whether that information will be available to impact this purchase or maybe something to be looking at next year. So those are my questions. Thank you and comments.
Thank you, Member Johnson. I'm not aware of any police service that would use a piece of equipment like this beyond its warranty without taking on almost unlimited risk as a result of it. So while it's not beyond the realm of possibility if someone might take that risk on, I just can't imagine it being the case. In regards to the second question, which I think is more material to the discussion, are these value producing or just cost producing investments in policing? So the board's use of force review, our own review of de-escalation, and ongoing review of use of force training, I think are both complementary and should explore not just CEWs, use of firearm, baton, handcuffs, the full range of use of force, open hand, grappling techniques, all the things, the officer's presence, the uniform they have when they show up. You heard the term demonstrate the CEW, but one of the most seminal reviews on use of force was demonstrating a professional officer in a full uniform in a situation where there is some potential risk in the community. Actually is one of the #1 use of force showing up that calms people down and creates some stability in a situation. So it's part of a continuum of tools, techniques, the actual presence of police. And again, some would argue that that's a harmful thing, but a lot of the studies would say quite the opposite. Those are the purview of evaluation that we're doing internally, and that I think the board is considering to take on externally. Material right now is the question of whether or not the full investment that's in this board report is required prior to the full submission of our board budget, a board approved budget for next year. I would not recommend going beyond a warranty on any equipment like this. So at best, we could consider what percentage of this full request could be deferred to a later point, either later in October when we submit our full submission, or some other point in the year. I think that may be best if we could take that offline and come back to the October meeting. But I would still ask the board to consider the submission as it is right now. I will ask Deputy Chief Bell's position on a deferral opportunity, though.
Thanks, Chief. So I'm going to pass that on to Mark Patterson, who's operationally involved with the program.
Yeah, thanks, Chief and Chair Dean. So I would not recommend a deferral. There's some major issues with us ordering these CEWs from the company that we deal with, given the pandemic and related issues of acquiring these. I would not defer. I think there's too much of a risk. Again, I spoke about this, that if we don't purchase these right now, we're running into a situation where we wouldn't have enough CEWs during Q3 of 2022. And it takes some period of time for us to acquire these and get them shipped to us. So that would be my humble recommendation.
So if just for a bit of clarity for me, Mark, if we push this off for a month to be more fulsomely considered in the budget report, would that impact us from a purchasing perspective into next year?
Thank you, DC Bell. It could have some major impacts. Again, the company we deal with, there's some risks associated if we don't get this order in place right now. If we push it off, I'm not sure if pushing it off till October, 1 month would cause major risk, but any longer than that would pose significant risks in my suggestion.
Okay, Member Meehan.
Thank you, Mark. Why are the other forces accepting our tasers after the 5-year period? Is there no liability for them?
Yeah, thanks, Member Meehan. The services that we have provided, donated our tasers to are smaller services. They're willing to assume the risk. Would be my only answer to that. I'm not a big proponent of assuming a risk for this. As you can appreciate, there are other warranties that we have at equipment that we use, our tactical helmets, our motorcycle helmets, our body armor that our officers wear, that we've got a warranty on, and we don't extend past that warranty. So my humble opinion was we don't. Again, I apologize. I can't speak to why those smaller services are doing it. But again, that's a risk that they're assuming.
But it's not a risk we'll assume. Is it because we use the tasers more often than some of these smaller services?
I can only assume that, Member Meehan. I can't comment because I don't have their stats in those smaller services. I can assume, given the amount, and I provided you some numbers that we've had within the 2 years that we've provided data for. I would assume that yes, we're utilizing them on a more frequent basis than those services. But again, I don't have the data to finalize that or basically substantiate it.
Can you just remind me how much this budget item is for this purchase?
$682,000 in 2021. It's already budgeted for in the 2021 budget.
And so
770,000 with HST.
With HST, that would be the Trudeau tax. Okay. Somebody.
Well, that's a harmonized tax.
Well, yeah. So okay, $700,000, but that's over that's spread over 5 years per. Okay. Okay. Well, I think that's it for me then. Thanks.
Okay, Member King.
And I would just briefly say, thank you, Chair. I'd briefly say that I do agree with Vice Chair Smallwood. I'd like to see more information I think that there are questions here if we're seeing this equipment going into the hands of other police services. Then I'd like to see some information about their obsolescence or potentially planned obsolescence, which we know occurs with many technology purchases. So I'd like to see more information on that, and as well budget impacts. So I would support a deferral till October.
Okay, so I've heard two members ask for deferral, so I'm going to assume Member Smallwood, you're moving deferral. So I'm going to put the question on deferral. All those members of the board in favor of deferring to October so that we can receive more information. Is everyone in favor of that? I'm not seeing everybody on the screen. Speak up if you're saying no. Everyone's in favor?
I'm not in favor of that.
You're not? Okay, so Member Sueda dissents. Member Nerman, are you there? No. Okay, so that's going to be deferred, and we would just ask the service to bring back more information in October. Just remind the board that we are doing a use of force review, and we have hired Strategy Corps to assist us with that. Unfortunately, I don't think that it will be available for October because we've got them doing a lot of other work right now, but perhaps we could lean on them to provide some information early on in terms of the use of tasers to the board. So we will hear back and make a decision on this in October. Then item number 7, Workforce Management Report, second quarter 2021, Member Smallwood.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just, when I read over the report, one thing that really jumped out at me, and I read the report a couple of times and I couldn't see an answer to it, was it was the Q2 Workplace Injury, Illness and Incident Report, page 73, under OPS trends from 2018. There was the change was dramatic, and on page 74, they talk about incidents being up 50% in 1 year, and over 100% from 2018, I think. And that in total, this is just one line, but in total, the overall change was a 40% increase in 1 year. So I couldn't see anything that explained such a dramatic increase. And I'm guessing that there's probably some straightforward answers to it. It may be because of COVID, or it may be because of a change in reporting or something. It's just I couldn't find anything that specifically identified it, and it's so big that I thought there's probably an easy answer that I'm missing.
Okay, Vice Chair Smallwood, I'll ask Steve Bell to respond to that.
So, Vice Chair Smallwood, I'm going to ask you to help me out on exactly where you're referencing. The report I have in front of me has 28 pages.
Okay, so on the agenda, which was provided to us, which I can't pull up on the screen because my computer's crashed.
That makes more sense. Can you tell me which table it is?
It's page, if you go to page 73, there's a column that says OPS trends. And then it shows that year by year from 2018, and there's a series of columns, and then each one shows how it's changed year to year. And there's your specific verbiage talks about the fact the incidents had been up 50% in 1 year. So it's identified in your report that there's been a dramatic increase. Your report identifies it. But there's nothing that says, and it's because of. So I can, if I could get my computer to behave for a few minutes, I could try to share the screen with you, but.
So my ask on that would be if we can bring back an update to your question to the next board meeting, because I'm having a challenge finding exactly where it is.
And I'm having a challenge getting my computer to let me into it.
So why don't we do that and bring an update to the next meeting?
Yeah. Fine with me.
Okay. Okay, everyone's good with that? So for now, received?
Received.
Okay, so for the benefit of the public, I want to note that our in-camera meeting was held earlier today. The board discussed a number of matters, namely an update on a communications contract, 5 legal matters, and 3 matters pertaining to labor relations. Our next regularly scheduled meeting will be held on Monday, October 25th at 4 p.m. Before I formally adjourn our meeting, I'd like to invite Senator Parham to close our gathering with a prayer. So Senator Parham.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Creator, we give thanks for the blessings of the day and this evening. Creator, guide us as we continue to work together to build strong ties with each other and all our communities. Our communities and our cultures are all different. We will have situations and circumstances that will have hard ways to come to any solutions that we may or will value and accept. However, as we work together to listen, have our voices heard, and to respect each other, we will help to heal and bond together to continue to bring strength to all our communities. Together, we can make our families, our citizens, our homes, our streets, a safe and understanding place and city we all call home. Creator, as we close this evening, we ask you to guide us all and keep us in your care. Mercy, miigwech. Amen.
Miigwech, Senator Parham, thank you for being with us today, and thank you for those lovely words. Very inspiring. So that, and also a big thank you to your grandmother Irene for opening the meeting earlier today. This ends our meeting. Thank you all, and thank you to the public who hung in there with us and participated today. Have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, board.